Hello, hello? Coming through? There we go. Okay, now we're live. Hello, everybody, and
Hello,
welcome.
stream.
Welcome to the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinals. I am Glovely, joined by Juan, here to call all the action today in Ganking Private Ryan versus the Gauntlet.
Yeah, it's an exciting quarterfinal series here. Both teams, again, putting in a lot of effort to get here. And me personally, I'm hoping for a longer series. I would love to see 4 or 5 games. The last series I cast only went to 3, and I just don't think that's quite as fun. It's not as tense.
Yeah, the much more aggressive games tend to be a lot more common during the regular season itself. Now that we're moving into the quarterfinals and there's a lot more on the line, you can probably expect to see folks play a little bit more cautiously, a little bit safer, a little bit smarter, because you don't want to be the one who flubs up your laning phase and sends the entire championship down the drain.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of nerves on the line here. If you lose, you're out. So this is where it matters, as we see the Jarvan ban come in first. And now, quickly, I do want to focus. I wanted to talk about the Senna, but
Oh,
it's
there
already
we
getting banned
go.
away. Yeah, just as we had
Yeah.
talked about, a very, very strong champ right now, and it seems the priority to ban her is very, very high.
Not a surprise, going to be taken away by JPR. Talia is going to be the next ban off of the field. Great roaming champion. Definitely good to get that off the board, especially if you run it with a stun. It's just so hard to deal with the crowd control. One more ban going to come from GPR. It's going to be Nocturne, another very aggressive jungler, going to be taken off the board. And Smolder on the other side. Victor now the final ban.
For sure, a very quick ban phase. Both teams seemingly relatively confident. So I'm guessing they've done a lot of research, a lot of VOD reviews going into this game. As Ornn is locked in first for the side of TG, very strong blind pick top laner, doesn't have a lot of bad matchups, and is always reliable throughout the game.
I mean, there's a reason he's a Summit staple, a champion that we see in a ton of games here in the Summit Esports Premier League. Let's
Yeah,
see.
for sure. My friends and I call him the CEO of top lane. Actually,
Well, they'll go ahead and get a little ornery over on the side there for Brissy, just to pardon. That's Gauntlet, so that's going to be Kibcat over there. Poppy going to be picked up on the other side. Great for stopping those orange charges as well as any mobility in general. So not going to see any Zac in this game probably.
for sure. I mean, Poppy a very strong flex pick too. It could be top, it could be jungle, it also could be support. I think that's a very strong early pickup. Sorry, with the flexibility that champion has in draft. As we see the second pick locked in about 5 seconds here. GPR is going to lock in Seraphine.
Okay, that's so that could go into that mid laner setup. Does like to play sort of those neutralizing mid lane champions. That sort of like even out the matchup. So something supportive like a Seraphine would be right up his alley. You could also send that down to the bot lane for Heiko or Sai. Either one of them going to be capable of taking that champ and running with it. So again, another very flexible pick.
Yeah, definitely. GPR, I think, drafting quite smart as Draven is
Oh,
getting locked in
oh,
for the
League
Gauntlet.
of
Wow.
Draven.
Yeah,
That is a risky champion to play, very feast or famine in the early game.
for sure. I mean, I'm assuming we'll see support picked on 3 because I think Draven needs a very, very strong support. Hopefully something like the Rel or the Alistar here. I know neither of them are great into Poppy, but they're just so good when paired with the Draven.
There's no way that's going to happen as Hui gets picked up for the mid lane, most likely. Could also be in that support role, but you really do want that more aggressive bot lane support. So we'll see if that ends up getting flexed. Seraphine is going to be aided by Ezreal over there for GPR. And
Yeah,
they're
and again, just another flex pick. Ezreal could be bot, could be mid. They are keeping the Gauntlet on their toes with these picks.
bans are going to come out. A little bit more thoughtful here in the second round of bans as they're taking their time to decide exactly what they want to ban over here. Veigar are going to be the pick, another anti-mobility champ. Yone going to be the answer on the other side. Interesting.
For sure. And just to touch on the Draven pick, I'm not sure I love it here with the Ornn in the way because those are two, scaling focused champions that want a team fight later. And Draven is a much more of a win now and win hard, win fast champion. So I'm not sure that pairs overly well into the heavy team fighting comp that GPR has.
I mean, we have seen that champion snowball out of control. Looks like Ari and Brand are both going to be taken off of the table. So another jungler and another mid laner going to be removed from play. Very,
Yeah.
very mid lane focused. So it looks like they don't think that the Seraphine or Hui are going to be supports, or are they think they are going to be supports. Anyway, going to go ahead and pick up one more for JPR before they pass it over back to the Gauntlet. Let's see. Jinzhao.
I mean, he's just a very reliable jungler. He clears relatively quickly. He fights very strong early. His ult has a ton of usefulness throughout the game. I think that's a really, really solid pick.
Yeah, only real downside to a Jin Zhao is the fact that once he goes in, he doesn't really come back out. But with a team composition like this, I don't think you really need to disengage too much. You also have the Seraphine if you really need to try and pull out. Lilia is going to be picked up on the other side. Oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed. I mean, Lilia. It is an AP jungle meta. Lilia at the top of that, currently at the precipice of that meta. Just a very, very strong champ. Very fast clear. Very hard to lock down. Dishes out damage. Her what is it? Her lilting lullaby, I believe, is her ult.
Yeah.
Is just so strong if she can hit a, 3-man sleep just by flashing in. Really, really strong champ.
And Lux is going to be the answer on the other side. I've been playing a lot of Lux greatly, and let me tell you, she feels really great both in the support and mid lane.
For sure. I mean, paired with the Draven too, that is a very, very aggressive bot lane. I'm sure that we're going to be pushing it nonstop. So the only thing I want to see is I want to make sure this Lilia is pathing down to cover them the entire time because Draven and Lux are very vulnerable to getting ganked, especially by somebody like a Xin who has a point and click dash.
And Cassidon is going to be the answer on the other side. There's that point and click. Well, it's more of a blink than a dash, but as far as scaling champions go, that's a little scary to see on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Cassian will have a rough landing phase early into the way, but if he can scale up through the game, stay up and farm, not die too much, he's going to be a real threat into the Gauntlet's team comp. I think the Cassian pickup is really strong here.
All right, well, that's the full draft for our teams. Which side are you currently favoring just based on composition?
Uh, Personally, I like GPR's comp just a little bit more. I think theirs is more rounded out and they have consistent scaling. What about you?
Well, the one thing I'm worried about on GPR is they don't have a ton of early game power. They're pretty reliant on that Xin Zhao so that the Ezreal, the Cassidon, and the Seraphine can get scaling. Whereas over on the other side, we talked about the power of the Draven. The Lily is pretty strong early. The aggression from the Lux. Like, I think a lot of this game is going to come down to can the Gauntlet throw it down early and get a lead in the earlier stages of the game, or are they going to take enough time for JPR to be able to bounce back?
Yeah, I mean that's some really fair insight. Not to discredit you by any means, but I just don't want to discount Ezreal is a decently strong early game champion. And if we see a lot of fighting down in this bot lane, I think he does have he's one of the better champs into the Draven, especially with how long range his Q is to outspace him and win these early trades. I think it's very, very possible to see an Ezreal Seraphine lane come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not going to discount that. Anything could happen, and I'm just more about talking about the tier stacking kind of aspect to Ezreal and how that can take a while to get all revved up. But we'll see
Yeah,
for sure. We're going to go ahead
for
and
sure.
take a short break before we lead into our games. We'll see you back again for Summit Esports. Oh no.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
On your call then.
Hello and
30
welcome
seconds
back,
until
everyone.
minions
We
spawn.
are 30 seconds into the game as the teams are both 5-pointing here in the river. And I just want to call out quickly, it is in fact Hui support with Dark Harvest and Lux mid. Lux playing the Commando skin, which while old is still very fun. Glovely, how are you feeling about this game?
You know, I'm feeling pretty good here in the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinals with Ganking, Private Ryan, and the Gauntlet facing off head-to-head here. We are seeing very interesting matchups on the Rift. We were
Minions
talking
have
earlier about
spawned.
expecting sort of the Lux. The bot lane is a lot more aggressive. It pairs well with the Draven, but the Hui is a lot more focused on the poke, on a much more passive and slower style of play. So, very interesting decision to go with that lineup there.
For sure. I mean, Hui has a lot more lockdown options, a lot more reliable CC than Lux, who only has her Q, really. So I think when you're playing into an Ezreal, that makes a lot of sense. You just want more options because it helps deal with the arcane shift.
That's definitely fair. We are going to see the teams go ahead and line up against each other. The early game, tell me about the jungle paths.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see Xin Zhao starting topside, which means he's pathing down towards the Draven. We actually see Lilia starting bot, which is pathing away from the Draven, which I'm not a huge fan of because, again, Draven is so at pressure focus. You really want to get kills on him. You want to get that gold stacking as fast as possible. To see the Lilia running away and kind of leaving him on weak side is not a great sign, especially with the Xin Zhao already ganking mid, actually, as the camera sits here on bot.
Yeah, there's the
Flashes
flash
in.
engage. Proton goes for it, but there's going to be a flash over the wall. Setup will stay alive, lose half his health.
Yeah, I mean, in early level 2 gank from the Xin Zhao, and this is what you pick that champion for. He has so many options with his early game, and now as he goes down to his bot side, the Draven pushing up can also be in danger here. I'm really curious to see if he's able to respect the ganks as he gets heavily outtraded.
A lot of damage. There's a lot of Mystic shots coming through. He will survive, but is forced to back away as the potions get popped. Ryan will take a good chunk of damage as well from the way, but boy, gonna get chunked down by Vossler. Overall,
yeah, for sure.
Oh, pardon. Overall trade going the way of GPR.
Definitely, and again, very dangerous as the Xin Zhao is finishing up his Grom currently. Heiko and Boywife need to get this wave shoved in as fast as possible before they are in threat of getting ganked as Proton Plat player walks down.
Here it comes. Down in the back line, the exhaust comes down onto Heiko. He was able to dodge the wind like lightning. Trying to flash in, picks up the first blood, cashes in on the stacks, pops the barrier, does not get the second one. Boywife trying to follow up, does not have the damage. Gonna get shot up, does now have the damage, able to get in range. Is just Vossler gonna try and do the chase down. Flash away, flash to follow up. Oh, are you gonna get away? Has the shield boost survive a little bit longer? Great crowd control. The damage is not quite there.
Really unfortunate play from ganking Private Ryan there as Zhao just barely whiffed the wind becomes lightning, and I'll hold that thought as
refreshing. My Hot comes in on Brissy in the top lane. Flash is expended. They're still gonna pick him up. My Hot takes the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, Orin just trading heavily into the Poppy, knowing that his jungle is walking up towards him, and she doesn't respect the gank and dies to it. But as I was saying, that whole bot lane play was played still. Here we go again.
Here we go once more. Great light binding. Does still get the wind like becomes lightning here. Instead of taking a ton, it actually turns it around. That's huge. Never saw, just barely gets away with his life, and Setup picks up the kill.
It's disaster once again from the Xin Zhao. Twice he's just had these plays that have just gone slightly awry, and both times have ended up in a death.
The shield, there it goes. Setup will pick up a second kill off of the Moiko. Meanwhile, just exploded. Boywife will go ahead and pick up the KO onto Ryan, so the agent carries get traded back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice play from the GPR bot lane there, able to pick up the 2v2 kill onto the Draven. Unfortunately, Ezreal gets traded back, but it's good that they're not just giving up and they are still, you know, trying to win the game they're fighting. However, it did leave their wave in a quite unfortunate state, very pushed up, and Draven should get a massive XP advantage off of this, as it looks like Hui was able to hold that wave next to their tower.
It looks honestly the of course, are in the strong position right now, each of them having picked up 2 kills each. But I mean, that first blood onto Draven, like on one hand you get in a lot of that early gold, but he didn't really have enough time to build up the stacks before he cashed in.
For sure. I mean, at least they made him spend his flash for it, right? It wasn't a free kill, but you just never want to start the snowball rolling with Draven. Even if he doesn't have a ton of stacks, he does do it a small bonus for every kill, and it's just a bad sign in general when he's able to pick up one so early into the game.
Another attempted gank spotted out up on that top side of the map. Kipcat looks like Xiao's going to go ahead and start on the dragon. Proton Flash should be able to pick that up, seeing as how Lily is on the other side of the map, just going to trade over the Void Grubs.
For sure. A little bit dangerous to do this dragon here, because if Heiko and Boywife decide to walk up and check this dragon pit, Xin Zhao could easily die again, but it looks like they're just going to pressure the tower instead. Heiko walking towards the, yeah, they're just going to pressure the tower as Ryan gets rooted up. Lilia doing grubs, I think makes a lot of sense.
Poke around here. Does find him out in the pit. Explodes. Set up on a killing spree. 3-0 and 0 on this block. Speaking of Boywife, also on a killing spree, picking up another one. Brissy also goes down the top lane. It is a slaughter across the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about. I talked about the bot lane walking up, but I failed to credit Lux walking down. She just gets Prio over this Cassidy as she should, as, wow, Ryan falls again. Unfortunately, the kill goes over towards Wei, but still.
Yeah, I think you definitely had a point on like the extra crowd control on the way being such a big benefit in this particular matchup. So credit to setup having a great early stage of the game here on this Lux up against the Kassadin. We'll see if that scaling is going to continue in the Lux's favor. We are now sort of moving in towards the middle stages of the game as characters are starting to use up their ultimate.
For sure. Setup just trying to find a good time to recall, but once he's able to get the recall off, yeah, he has 1100 gold unspent currently. That is going to be a very, very strong Lux once she's able to recall and come back to lane. Kassadin is going to be in for a beating, to put it lightly.
Well, here goes the backs on both sides, it looks like. No, Lux is actually going to continue to wander down just to drop a ward there.
Yeah, I think it makes sense when she's full HP, full mana. She just wants to keep up as much pressure as possible, cheat, and
she's still in lane.
extra wave in. Yeah, just getting as many waves in as possible, denying the Kassadin CS. And I think that's what you have to do, you know? Like, you know he's weak early, and you really got to try to punish that, especially in these tournament games. Like, when you have voice comms, you can be a little risky because your teammates can, you know, help you track the jungler and whatnot.
Kipcat gonna get shoved under turret here, take a little bit of damage. It's not an enviable place to be in as a top laner. It's going to relatively fine here as the bot lane are signaling for a gank. MyHot comes around the backside, but he's been spotted on a ward. 2 wards now. Looks like they aren't going to abort. Also Trigger Seed over the wall. Do not find the Xin Zhao on the other side, and they'll just go ahead and abort.
For sure. Orin actually got solo killed up in the top lane as we were talking about that. That's rather unfortunate as he did have his flash up. I'm assuming he just got poppy stunned and wasn't able to use it. But regardless, they gave him 2 ganks very early, so to get solo killed after all that attention was given to him is rather not good for the state of the game. Now, to be fair, his Draven is still stomping, so it's not disaster by any means. But
stomping. Heiko gonna go in under the tower. Great damage. There's a little lullaby. Raven's gonna come through with a stylish executioner's blade. Pick up the kill for himself and finally cash in.
yeah, I mean, it's just looking clinical in this bot lane here. A nice 2-man lilting lullaby from the Lilia just sets it up, and they're able to cash in on their stacks. Boywife also taking the turret up there, making sure that Draven had no risk of dying at all, and just very, very well executed. Now, I do want to mention the first dragon is still up. First dragon spawns at 5 minutes, as we all know. And as we're hitting this 10-minute mark, it has still not been taken, as Ornn is in a bit of trouble here.
Kipcat caught out underneath the enemy turret. I don't think you're going to get out of this one, buddy. Good knockup. It's not going to be enough to escape. Proton will pick that one up.
Unfortunate death from the Ornn. He did get, I believe, 2 plates from that play, so not complete disaster, but he has already spent his TP, and Poppy should be able to trade a couple plates back.
Ooh, you weren't kidding about his Lux. Great chip there from the setup underneath the tower. Never saw. Not able to teleport out of the way quite any time. Oh, speaking of not being able to teleport in time, auto attack will finish it. Set up on a rampage. Another elimination taken. Ryan trying to come up and take care of that CS. Will thankfully avoid that light binding and avoid meeting the same fate as his mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal just seemingly abandoning bot lane, not wanting to pick up play against the Draven. I guess he was looking for a gank actually and ended up just covering that wave. A decently smart play overall. Unfortunately, the cast didn't die, but it's good that somebody was able to pick up the XP there, as Heiko was just still forever pressuring this bot turret. Already down to 2 plates, and I'm sure it'll fall very soon.
As a bloodthirster already, that using that extra healing and keep himself alive, allowing him to poke and even from their turret. Boyfriend's doing a great job, but there's the exhaust. Heiko is just gonna wait it out. Then the backlines. Here comes Kassadin onto Heiko. They're gonna find Ryan, but they're gonna have to trade something in exchange. No, it's a double kill actually. As the jungler comes down, Boy Wife leads the retreat. Heiko maybe wants some more, uses the blood rush, but not going to commit to it. Overall, double kill for the Draven. It might not be over. There's the ultimate from the Lux. Final Spark does not finish him off. Proton running for his life now, is able to get the smite to heal himself up and will escape.
Another TP coming in from the Poppy.
Oh no! Here comes Frizzy trying to find an opening. Heiko's gonna take a turret shot and will get shut down against the wall. Great teleport from Frizzy is now the dragon is being started up. Boy Wife avoids it. There we go. Trying to find an opening here around this dragon. Do not commit the wilting nor the light yet. Running down on setup in that bottom side of the map as this dragon is ticking down. Not going to be any competition. Brishy, though, is going to get eliminated on the other side. But meanwhile, this whole time, KibCat has just been making his way through this tower.
Yeah, I mean, Or doing his best, but I think it's rather unfortunate since he doesn't have his TP and he chose not to roam down. His Draven did end up dying, and I think in that case it's probably better for Orange just to abandon lane and to get to that fight, just to, you know, protect your Draven as much as possible. And to mention the Draven again, Heiko is making me eat my words. I said in draft that I did not believe in it, and he is 4-3-4, up 40 CS. He's looking good on it. The Draven is making me a bit of a believer, honestly.
Yeah, Feast or Famine is the name of the game, and he is feasting tonight. Very well fed on this Draven, 4-3 and 4. Picking up a ton of gold from it, dodges away from the danger. Able to push his way out and can just continue shoving on up this wave.
Yeah. And we see Lilia and Hui also both picked up their Liandry's. Liandry's is a very, very strong item in general, good for team fighting, good for poke, and it shouldn't be so hard.
Oh no, Heiko pops the blood rush, is able to dodge when become lightning. Good poke back from Boy Life, does get rooted up. Big damage, Heiko picks up Bossler, that's another one in the League of Draven.
Heiko is just a complete beast, flashing in like a maniac and cashing in for another kill. He knows what he needs to do, and he's doing it. It's really just that simple.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a complicated playstyle to be an effective one, as we are
It is
clearly
definitely
seeing.
effective. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna go ahead and pressure this mid lane turret. I don't see Proton and Ryan being able to defend this one any further. They're gonna go ahead and pick up a third turret for themselves. All the outer turrets now picked up.
Yeah, I mean, that's doing that at 14 minutes means they got, I didn't count exactly how many plates, but I believe it was close to either 13 or 14 of 15 total plates, which is very scary. That is a lot of gold. As we see, they already have an a 9k gold advantage towards the side of the Gauntlet, I believe. Is
Going to extend here. Now the Gauntlet's going to go ahead and pick up that Rift Herald over on the opposite side. Add the gold from that, and hopefully you pick up another tower. Oh, but KibCat. Oh, that's rough, buddy. Gonna get jumped on by two. Flashes away. Here comes the Orange Horn. Great knock up under the tower. He might actually get him. Yes, KibCat turns it around.
It's the classic blunder. They thought Ornn was killable. They tried to dive the full HP Ornn. And as per usual, the CEO of top lane lives it. Really well played from KitKat. Used his flash, baited the Xin Zhao in, and was able to hit the slow from the ult to make him eat as many tower shots as possible. That was just really, really well played to avoid that dive.
Love that call of the Forge God there. Does mean that it will be down for a little bit, but I don't see any big team fights brewing as the objectives are not currently available. We're just sort of feeling each other out, waiting where they're going to drop that Rift Herald that they just picked up.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a waiting game. The Gauntlet is just going to keep pushing in as much as they can, get as much gold onto this Raven, and there's not a lot that Ganking Private Ryan can really do about that, as Poppy is looking for a flank here onto Honeyco.
Shielded up by the Seraphine will be fine there. KitKat feeling a little more brave here. Just gonna push Never Saw away.
Yeah, now, if I'm GPR on the red side here, I'm seeing this Lux or this Ornn alone in the bot lane, and at this point I think they just need to try something, right? They just need to try to get a pick and cash in one of those shutdowns, find the Lilia, find the Lux, find the way, and get that pick. As Never Saw possibly in trouble here.
Maybe biting off a little more than you could choose. This pop the roasting lullaby won't have that available for the next fight. Lucy Dragon is going to be up soon, so great play there. They are going to go ahead and drop that Red Trail. That's almost certainly going to be the power of the pressure they have here. Ornn's just going to go ahead and pop that and demolish to confirm it.
Yep, seems they're going to take this tier 2. I'd imagine they just back off here and walk to the Dragon, but KitKat is walking up, asserting himself into all 3 players here.
A little bit far forward, but he'll go ahead and back away. Does have the pressure of the Rift Herald helping him out there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Gauntlet is playing a very, very clean game here. They're making sure they're burning big cooldowns. They got casted into base right as the Dragon spawning, and it's just so hard to play if you're on this red side here. Like I said, or like I was talking about earlier, they just need to find a pick, find a way to get these shutdowns, and they need to look to do it now. Like, even if you do a 4-man dive into Lux, you have to try to do something, right? Because if you keep giving everything, you're going to slowly lose the game.
Yeah, just not enough pressure, not enough willingness to go in, essentially. And to be fair, like, you are going to lose out a little bit on your crowd control with the Ezreal, with the Kassadin as your carries there. But like, you still have great engagement with the Poppy and the Xin Zhao. We need to see more use out of them.
Yeah, I mean, especially with, they have all 5 flashes up. We can see a flash encore from the Seraphine, and, you know, a flash done from the Poppy into the knockup from her ult. I can't remember the name of it right now, but regardless, they had these tools available to them, and unfortunately right now we're not even seeing much setup for it. Like, Brissy's here looking for the Draven. They don't see Brissy on the flank angle, but none of his teammates are really close enough to follow up, even if he did go in.
Once again, Forster Trade just going to go ahead and let the Draven back pick up more items here.
Yeah, the Draven with the Collector now completed also has another BF story. This is a very strong Draven. Don't let the lack of a bounty and his 3 deaths dissuade you. He is very, very, very strong.
Yeah, there's a lot of power in that champion that you don't really get to see because of the way that his passive works. Oh, Brissy trying to find a way out. Lionheart is in the area, slowly whittling him down, but Poppy notoriously difficult to bring down and does have a team to back him up. Looks like they will not commit to that.
Poppy gets chunked and just kind of walks away, but that's one of those moments I'm talking about. I think Poppy could have re-engaged, especially with their teammates flanking there, you know, tried to get something on the Lilia. These moments where I want to see them try to use their summoners, use their ults, and do something. Because right now they're just waiting for the next dragon or the Baron to spawn, and that's exactly what this Draven wants you to do, right? If you're playing a slow game, at this point they're just going to beat you with their wallet.
Those are pretty thick wallets that they're forming here. Good damage onto KitKat. I think we'll go ahead and maintain this bottom lane turret just to hold it in place. It's a little interesting that they have the Kassadin down there, just desperately trying to catch up.
For sure. And honestly, I think it's probably less of a wallet and more of a gold coin purse at this point. I think we've heard quite a bit of this back to that.
Forge god, there's the knock up. Second one against the wall. It's gonna get caught out by Minehawk. They have to look by available if they need it, but they will not. KitKat's gonna be the one to pick that up.
Yeah, KitKat getting plenty of
no, we're
retribution.
gonna continue. Sorry, I'm cutting you off. Minehawk's gonna get caught out again as Proton is on its own, but KitKat comes up the river. Does get the knock up. Great damage. Is he gonna solo? No, they're not gonna continue the fight. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Setup gonna go ahead and do a little chip back and forth with Fritzy. Neither of them quite powerful enough to take the other out, but impressive damage from Setup there. Now Baron is being started.
For sure. I mean, that was a lot of damage from Setup, especially factoring the fact that Poppy has almost 200 MR. That is a tanky Yordle, and Setup was still able to chunk her down to about 2/3 HP.
Okay, first shot barrage comes through. Does not find Baron. They're just going to go ahead and grab this a little bit early on it. Didn't have the vision. Go ahead and pick up the Baron Nasher.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, when it's 18-5 and you have the Baron, this is when we're going to see the Gauntlet look to just... Realistically, I think they could try to end the game. I think you just 4-1, send either Lux or Ornn to one of the side waves to shove that in and have everyone else mid lane. Because realistically, I don't think they can stop your push. If they try to, you just kill them underneath their towers. I think this is a very, very threatening time, and I want to see them try to close this game out. Don't even give DPR a chance to come back.
Okay, well, Setup's on his own underneath his tower, is able to force the Gauntlet in a way. Is not aware that Proton, no, he is aware, does have a ward in that area, so will stay safe. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Heiko trying to close in on Ryan. Gonna chunk it back. Pardon. Encore completely whiffs. Everyone gets him chipped back. Heiko takes a lot of damage and is not able to continue, but he will just go ahead again. Uses that Blessing to heal up. Shutdown! It's going to get traded back, but that's a huge amount of gold in the Gauntlet pocket. Could bring him back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great play from the cast and being able to pick that up completely solo. The only unfortunate part is that his team is still getting pushed in on the mid side and he's not here to defend.
All that pressure. Void Grub, Baron buff. They're going to continue pressuring down the tower. We'll go ahead and pick up that inhibitor here. Inhibitor is still available. Not a willingness to engage. They do go in on Heiko. There's the breath swing. Go ahead and back away. Meanwhile, KitKat just gonna go ahead, lead in some minions. A little late to the party there, buddy, but we'll go ahead and lead those in. Inhibitor turret, still a great boon, and now they have full access to this dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they just shove in the waves, decide to play it safe, back off and get the dragon. Really nothing wrong with that, as we saw Castle and TP stop, just trying to get a tier 1. There is a shutdown on the turret, so getting a nice injection of gold for his team is always helpful. But it is coming at the cost of the Hextech trade.
At this point in the game, they're so far behind in gold, they really do need to pick up those objective bounties. They are going to have to give up the Hextech trade, but it's okay. There's still 2 more at the very least, so they'll still have the opportunities. Heiko's going to go ahead, continuing to pressure this mid lane, but is doing so on his own. The rest of the team's so scared of this Raven at this point that they're not willing to pick a fight.
Yeah, I mean, Heiko playing much more like his name is Psycho, with the way he's walking up 1v2 and just sidestepping everything. It's fantastic to see, honestly. They just cannot lock him down with anything.
Whirling disruption over the wall does not find a target. They are going to go ahead and continue down this turret. The hammer pops up, but not going away. Does manage to touch the grave, but everywhere. Encore whips again. Double kill over the boy wife. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Just the sheer amount of damage is flying around everywhere right now. This way is doing so much work for the team on just all the kills he's done in the early game. To the point. He's basically another full-on carry for his team.
For sure. I mean, they shut down the Draven there, but the Hui is still just outputting so much damage, absurd amounts, that it doesn't even matter too much. Now, Neversaw is picking up the tier 2 here, another objective bounty, and 700 local gold just for himself.
but look at what you're trading for it. Ryan pops in the backline a little bit, tries to get some damage on them, but is not able to continue on. That's going to be an inhibitor, another one damage. Never saw in a bit of a dangerous situation, but he is on the Kassadin, does have enough mana to be able to escape no problem. Won't even need it.
Yeah, for sure. It's really hard to lock down this Kassadin now that he's level 16. He did hit the power spike. His ult is on, I believe, a half-second cooldown at level 16, so he can just kind of spam it, blink all around the map. But at this point, it might be too little too late. Kassadin 16 is very strong, but not at the cost of a 11,000 gold differential.
And an inhibitor open. To be fair, those inhibitors, while they are detrimental to your ability to push, can also be beneficial just because of all the excess gold that's going to be pouring into your base for you. So as long as they're able to clear those waves, they might have an opportunity to farm a little bit, maybe get back in the game, but they need to be able to answer these objectives in the meantime.
For sure.
Out of the play. Takes big chunk of damage. Never mind. Boy Wife legendary now. 8-0 and 5 on that Hwei. I can't believe it. There's no way this is happening.
It's unbelievable. Vossler just gets DC'd up by the Hwei and gets sniped down. A really easy pick going over to the side of TG here, as the Baron is spawning again in 33 seconds. I'm assuming we'll see them do that on spawn and then threaten to end the game, as setup could be in danger here.
Here's the game. Call the Forge God. Catches him under the tower. Big knock up. Chris swing is going to keep him alive, just barely. Oh, Kassadin is going to take a ton of damage. Never saw forced to back away a little bit. That Demolish is going to get procced on the tower. Turret's going to get knocked out. Misses with the hammer. That's going to be Brissy's life taken as well, almost certainly. Poppy, a very hard champion to take down, but I don't imagine, yeah, there we go. This took a little longer than it would otherwise. And again, just the weight of all of this gold is pressing down. Never saw us diving on the Boy Wife. That could be the shutdown he needs. That's a ton of gold available. Shutdown, but he'll get popped himself. Might not be worth it. Setup picks up another elimination there. Ryan forced to back away, getting engaged on by my hot. It's only Harden, only 2 alive, only 1 alive now. This is probably going to be the end of the game if they push in here. It's just Proton against the world. Does get some decent damage down on Kit Kat, but does not have the ability to follow up. Is going to get eliminated. That's going to be the ace. That's going to be the game.
Yeah, that was kind of the story of the game right there. It was David versus Goliath, but unfortunately this time, David lost. Goliath won. It's really that simple. The Draven just got so strong, the Hwei, and now I was skeptical of Hwei taking kills, but took kills and was just dishing out constant damage because of it. They just stayed ahead the entire game and cleaned it up.
I mean, it's
really,
really
really clean game 1.
It's hard to complain with the results here. I mean, we saw just how much damage that Hwei was doing in the fights and from such a long distance. I take back all my criticisms about Hwei's support being the ideal support for Draven. Excellent choice. We are going
Yeah,
to
for
go
sure.
ahead and get prepped for our next game. The players are almost certainly going to be all revved up for their next game. So we'll just go ahead and take a short break while they get the lobby ready. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinals. I'm Glovely, joined by Juan, back again for game 2 of Ganking Private Ryan versus the Gauntlet. The Gauntlet threw it down for the first game, but now we're going into match 2 and already champions being banned here in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the same champs band so far. Sana Nocturne Victor and Jarvan Talia Smolder, those are the exact same champions band, so a bit of a salty run back by both teams here.
Okay, well, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Orn is also going to be the first pick, just like last time. We'll see if the Gauntlet decides that they're going to swap things up here. If I remember correctly, last time their first pick was the Poppy. No, that was
Yeah,
on the other side. They're swapping the Ornn
G
over. So yes, we are
yeah,
going to see a
GPR
change
stole
up.
away the Orin first pick this time. They were on red side last game, so
There we go. There's my mix-up. So who are we going to see? Maybe we'll see a top laner. Maybe we'll see something else. Mordekaiser, excellent choice.
yeah, it should make for a very exciting lane. I mean, Mord does well into the Orin all game, can just beat him up. Early, Orin actually has a lot of chances to get an advantage, but as the game goes on, it gets harder and harder as Mord beats you up. Mord also very good at objectives in a coordinated team play. Very easy to just R the jungler and to deny them a smite. I think a solid pickup into the Orin.
Yeah, just the ability to isolate someone is such a powerful thing for a Juggernaut. Because they are kind of the champion that wants to be able to fight you 1v1. Hecarim is going to be the jungle lock-in. Lot of speed on that champion. We'll see if it goes towards more of a tank play style or sort of that full AD assassin type, or maybe sort of a in-between bruiser. Darius going to be the Darius. Hold on,
This
hold
could be an
on.
Orin support.
It could be. I mean, Ornn jungle could also be a thing if you're desperate. But no, I think this is a support Ornn. Yeah, unless you're going to send that Darius somewhere else. I guess you
Yeah,
can jungle with Darius.
you can. He was good for a bit in season 13. I don't think it's terrible now, but he just clears kind of slowly, unfortunately. Uh, a really, really interesting two pick here as Caitlyn's going to be locked in as well. Caitlyn Ornn would be quite the lane. I haven't really seen Ornn without the Senna, so if it is Ornn support, this would be like insanely experimental.
Say that again. I'm just trying to figure out what in the world. I guess you could also send Darius into the mid lane. I've seen a few bruisers find some success down there, Garen included. Looking on the other side, one more going to be available for the gauntlet. Who are we going to see?
Yeah,
Aphelios.
Felios locked in.
Okay, no Draven this time.
Yeah, I mean, Aphelios is a fun champ, personally. His build path is kind of boring right now. He just goes like Collector into IE into Bloodthirster, very, very standard. Sometimes mortal reminder now that LDR is killed. But
Ooh,
fun champ to see played. Very, very exciting. When he hits a big, 4 or 5 man Infernum ultimate, very exciting. Lots of damage watching everyone explode as if they were hit by Brand. So
yeah, not a champion I particularly like casting for just because you have to keep track of like all the different guns and abilities and stuff. It's pretty hard to call things out. Um, but we will go ahead and see the next band going to be locked in here. It's going to be the Vanguard, just like last time. So uh, Lux is actually going to be banned away. So we do have a slight change up here.
yeah, I mean, I think especially with how hard he lost to it as the Caston individually last game, I think banning out the Lux is very good. It's a sign of no ego, and it just forces them off of their comfort.
Comfort aside, we do have one more band left on the table. See what they feel like removing.
Maybe something like the Silas. I know he's quite strong right now. Always good. They're banning out the Seraphine
Seraphine.
actually.
Okay. So you do deny that because both support and mid lane are an option here. It is a very safe, very utility-oriented pick. So I think that's just a good overall ban, knowing what these teams are going to have available.
Definitely. Now I'm hoping to see a support pick here as the Morgana's locked in. I'm not a
Morgana.
big fan of Morgana. I think she is not the most useful champion. I would have preferred like a Lulu or something more to enchanter-ish, even like a Renata, but Morgana very good at what she does. If you want to hold somebody in place for about 8 years, she's fantastic at doing that.
8 years is just enough time to get your Q back on cooldown. Thankfully, Morgana also does have that black shield. Not a ton of crowd control. Yumi gonna be the pickup on the other side. So we've confirmed this Darius is not a support, unless it's going to be Darius Yumi bot lane, which isn't out of the question yet. The fact that it isn't is insane to me. But here we are. One more pick going to be picked up by GPR. We'll see if they can pick one more champion. Silas is going to be the mid laner almost certainly. So, yeah, if either Ornn or Darius probably going to be a jungle. The Silas jungle?
Silas, his first clear is really, really bad. I doubt they play it, especially with how strong he is in the mid lane currently. I think you were right when you called it originally. I believe it's going to be Darius jungle.
Yeah, not a
Uh,
champion with a ton of like full speed engage, but once he's in, he pops off pretty hard.
yeah, I think it's a decent pick into both the Mordekaiser and the Hecarim, right? Because those are both champs that want to fight you in melee range, and that's exactly where Darius wants you to be.
And
I don't
the
know if it's
yeah,
a comfort champ or what, but I'm pretty happy with it. As Vex gets locked in to counter the Silas. Very strong as Silas dashes a lot, and Vex gets to stack her passive off of him for free.
yeah. I think Gauntlet is in a really good position, just in their ability to find picks on their team. Like looking at their options, the Morgana, the Vex, both of them are really good at just soloing out a target for someone to explode. Like a surprisingly good front to back team fight. I'm a little worried about the Hecarim just being out in front on the engage. Kaiser doesn't exactly have the speed to follow up on that. Over on the other side, very strong team fight focused composition.
For sure. I mean, the name of the game for TG is it's going to be protect the president, right? Aphelios is their only consistent damage dealer, and if they're able to protect him from the engages of the Silas of the Darius, I think that it'll be very easy for them to win. But it is not always the easiest to protect him. Aphelios has to make sure not to overstep. It can be quite hard because while he can dish out a lot of damage, the Darius, the Caitlyn with a Yumi attached to Silas have a lot of sustain in them. So I think the longer a fight goes, the worse it gets for the side of TG.
Definitely. I think a lot of it's going to come down to sort of the crowd control, right? How much is GPR going to be able to get through on the on the bullet hell gauntlet here? As all of that crowd control comes racing towards them, and are they going to be able to get through the Mordekaiser that will almost certainly be playing Peel? We'll see exactly what's going to go on. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll see you back again here at Summit Esports. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Summit Esports Premier League Quarterfinals, where Ganking Private Ryan is coming up against the Gauntlet in Game 2 of this Best of 5 series. I'm Glovely, joined again once by Juan here on Summoner's Rift to call all of the action. Looks like I was right, that is in fact going to be a Jungle Darius.
Yeah, Jungle Darius is very exciting. Going the red jungle pet and starting a health pot, which makes sense. His first clear is not very healthy. Which the extra slows makes him a very, very dangerous ganker. I'm not sure about the technology, but we'll have to see, right? Maybe they can convert me to a believer. Darius going Ghost, of course, a very strong summoner for him, but he is missing out on the flash, which is a bit worrisome for that champion. Q flash, a very strong combo of his to guarantee kills, and he does not have it.
Minions have spawned.
Or
Now,
the
of course, both
flash
teams.
in order to guarantee that you grab a hold of someone.
Right, yeah, no flash pool to get an engage. Now, to be fair, he does have an Ornn, does have a Silas, so a decent amount of engage already, but missing that option is always unfortunate, compared to like a Maokai or an Ivor and any other jungler that has much more reliable CC.
Okay, ward dropped out, never saw it's just going to go ahead and match it. Neither
Yep, so
team
they're gonna know that.
on any pressure.
Sorry, they're gonna know that my hot daddy on the Hecarim is starting on bot side, and similarly, I believe, it's Gauntlet on right side. Yeah, Gauntlet should know that Proton is starting on the blue buff here.
Yeah, if not by seeing where the Hecarim was moving, then just by the fact that he isn't on those Raptor camps yet. He's pretty calm in this early stages of the game. So the Darius decide anything sticking out at you here in terms of like the runes and starting items?
Nothing crazy. The Morgana going Dark Harvest again. Now Boy Wife did carry last game with his damage, so not overly surprising. A lot of confidence, but a very, very weak rune in the early game does not offer you a lot in lane, so it's putting a lot of pressure onto Heiko on the AD carry here, as he does get chunked down.
Rift gets turned around. First blood though happens on the top side of the map. KibCat gonna take down the Ornn.
Yeah, Brizzy just not flashing there and is completely punished for it. A really early solo kill going over towards KibCat on the Mordekaiser.
Go ahead and burn that TP to get back to lane, so it won't lose too much. Echo's taking a lot of damage from this combination. Ryan, being aggressive, is paying off. Gonna go ahead and do a little damage to Boy Wife here, force him to back away. Oh my goodness. The what is it? The pawing projectile, the purring projectile, whichever of those two it is doing a lot of work here. Go ahead and keep that Yumi safe.
For sure. Now we're seeing Darius on the Krugs here, as Never saw very low HP once again, as setup is winning this early lane. Darius running towards his bot lane as fast as possible, trying to get a dive off. Very, very scary if you are the Aphelios here. If I'm them, I think they just need to run away as Heiko gets picked off already.
Nowhere to run underneath the turret too. Steps on a trap and gets caught in the hen shot.
Yeah, they didn't even need the dive. Darius was there for it, and Heiko died too early. A strong start compared to last game.
Looks like they will go ahead and send the Darius back, so not going to try and dive the Morgana. Probably a good call for now. The Morgana a lot harder to dive. Rishy's going to lift there on that attempted engage, but KibCat is not done with the fight. Here comes the Conqueror. Tons of damage. Holding on to that W for the healing. Rishy will back off, but taking a huge chunk of health at the cost.
Yeah,
Prowling.
this is the dangers of
Prowling
projectile.
projectile. There we go.
There you go. No worries. I get it. It's an earworm, you know? Once you remember, you just have to say it. I totally understand.
There was the alliteration. There we go. We do see Proton coming up. Does not find a ward. Frisky finds an engage on the Kit Kat. Decent amount of damage, but the shield comes up. Kit Kat is going to be safe under the skirt for a moment. They might try to dive. No, they're just going to go ahead and back away.
Yeah, Proton was just helping Orange shove out the wave. Since Orange got solo killed early and had to TP back, that wave was a very dangerous state as Mord had it frozen. So Darius walks up, unfreezes the wave, and walks away.
And Hot tries to go in. Doesn't have enough speed to follow up on the charge. So Ryan will keep himself and his kitty cat safe.
Yeah, a good idea from the Hacker Room, but unfortunately Caitlyn just walked away and respected the gank. They saw it early, and that was that. You gotta respect the attempt, though. They're trying to shut down this Caitlyn. As Heiko very low under the tower again.
Whoa! Oh my goodness. All it's gonna take is one more good hit and Heiko will go down. Stick around just a little bit longer, trying to use that fleet footwork to stave off some of the damage, but will be forced to retreat. And with that, they're gonna have full priority for this first dragon of the game.
For sure, Darius very early starting that to get the dragon stacking going. Compared to the last game, a much stronger start, and it seems like a solid game plan from the side of GPR here.
Definitely GPR playing a really strong game. Picking up this first dragon, it's going to be the Ocean Drake. A little extra healing and sustain. That's going to be useful across the board. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, my Hot is going to go ahead and grab the Void Grubs in exchange. Pardon, Proton, there we go.
So you had it. It's my Hot on the Hecker and picking up the Void Grips there. Regardless, I mean,
They thought he was Darius.
you are all
I'm
good.
getting senile. Brissy gonna go ahead, pop Call of the Forge God, does not find a target.
Not sure what the ult was there, as Hecarim is looking to gank now that Orin is ult is doing the scuttle. Has 6. Brizzy possibly in trouble here.
Possibly just trying to clear out the minion wave, or it doesn't look like they're gonna commit to anything yet. No, never mind, there's my Hot on the attempted engage. Great use of that unstoppable in order to dodge the body slam.
Yeah, a fantastic use of the Searing Charge. Just buffers the Hecarim knockback, and that's that. Brizzy, after, I'm assuming, what was a misclick on the R, does live the gank, so it's not the worst outcome.
Saw taking a lot of chip damage. It's gonna pick up Morgana's ultimate, so Shun's ulti available for use them. It's gonna pop it. Flashes to secure it, gets this done, and there's the knockup. He'll go ahead and get the solo kill. Boy, why forced to back away.
Fantastic play from Neversaw. A big step up from last game where he was on the Catherine. I'll hold that dot as Mord is trying to beat up the Orin here.
He's in the Shadow Realm. Let's see if he can survive. Yep, he will go ahead and live. Flash gets him out from the queue. He'll live another day.
Boywife taunting a little bit after he's able to use the Black Shield to deny the blow.
That's rough, buddy. My Aunt's gonna take a good chunk of damage on the way out too, but oh my goodness, it is rough to be an Aphelios this game, as Ryan having a great game on this Caitlyn in the early stages of the game.
Definitely. It seems that Heiko thought Hecarim was going to block the Caitlyn ult there, and as such did not press his barrier. And unfortunately, I believe the bullet curved around the Hecarim, and Heiko fell as a part of it. Maybe we're living in the Matrix.
Yeah, Ryan's been watching those movies recently. Gotta ask Red Pill or Blue Pill.
For sure. I don't know if you saw the viral clip going around on Twitter the other day, but it was from an old movie. They like flicked the gun as they shot it, and the bullet went in a full circle around a room.
What?
You had to be there.
Goodness. That's impossible. Looks like they did confirm in the chat that the Ornn misclicked the R. So that was a little bit unfortunate. It did lead to that gank. Sorry, Brissy, it happens to the best of us.
You know, at the end of the day, you're still playing Ornn, so plenty of other things going for you on that champion. Infinite damage, can build items in lane, just gets bonus stats for free. Not having ults is not the end of the world.
Neversaw is gonna go ahead and grab the ult from his opponent. On the bottom side of the map, they are not able to find the binding. Great use of those minions to keep themselves safe.
For sure. Heiko on a bit of an unfortunate gun rotation so far. I'm not sure if he chose to do that on purpose or if it got messed up due to the earlier fighting, especially with the pressure from the Caitlyn going in. But white-purple is not usually a combination that you want to have going for you. But he's back to the red-white, so
Red-white,
quite happy with that.
They used to say.
Yeah. After Red Gun got nerfed a little bit, its healing, especially, I believe a couple patches ago got nerfed. It's not quite as good anymore. A lot of times you're looking for blue-white nowadays, but still a very strong combination, red-white.
Red, white, blue. It's all American to me. They just come out, Ryan on a killing spree. Final chapter is going to do a great job of chunking him down for this Caitlyn, and now it's just Heiko here underneath the turret. Do see my hot coming around from the back. This could be a great gank. Ryan in an awful spot underneath the tower is going to get caught up, drops down the plate. Osler is actually going to hop off just for a moment to get the shield, but is not able to follow up. Osler in a dangerous spot as they shut down the Caitlyn. Double kill to the Aphelios. That's a big gold swing. And he lives! Yeah. He lives!
The lifesteal, even after it's nerfed, still matters, and Aphelios is able to live there, and we'll see in trouble inside of Brazil.
Don't fight. Brizzy, yeah, probably not going to be escaping with this one. Barely survives all of that. Mordekaiser sends him to Brazil. Here we go, Proton Plat player starting a battle of the Juggernauts. That's some huge chip damage. Executioner's Calling comes out.
Hipcat not able to shield the XP from the Darius there and does end up falling. Still a 1-for-1, so I'm sure he's pretty happy at the end of the day.
You know, I gotta just sit down with all of the ultimates and get all of those names out. Noxian Guillotine. Great play. That means that's the advantages of the Darius, is that even if you do see the Mordekaiser on the other side, you just walk up to him and 1v1 him.
Definitely. And I do want to talk about that bot fight real quick. We talked about red, white, don't fight. And it seems they talked about it on comms too, because Hecarim timed the gank perfectly and Aphelios was able to pick up the double kill. He is still down about 50 CS at this point in the game. Is down almost 1,000 gold individually, but the 2 kills help get him back into it and help Aphelios scale back into the game. It's good to see TG put their eggs back into the Heiko basket here after the performance he put on last game.
Another prowling projectile cancels the back. Gets rooted. Here comes my hot on the back line. Ryan does not have anything to protect himself. Final chapter comes out. Trying to get the roots. Does manage to lock one down. Never saw it. Teleports in. Uses the ultimate to pick it up. But Osler is the one to get the kill. And Heiko on a killing spree picks up the Caitlyn. Never saw it. Is now trying to run away for his life. Osler will give him a little bit of security. Tries to find an opening over the wall. Never saw it. Not going to be able to go and dodge it. Oh, the damage on that prowling projectile. The Scorch takes Boy Wife down to single digits and is not able to get the kill. So close. That's terrifying. Oh, meanwhile, Heiko, gets caught out, exploded. That's the shutdown for Neversaw.
Neversaw flashed in and didn't pick up the kill onto Boy Wife. But Heiko, ego steps up, gets hit by the chains from Silas as Vexhall goes a little bit wide. And Neversaw does pick up a kill. This is the strength of the Yuumi Silas, right? So much fielding, so much healing, and so much damage when these champs are paired together.
Jumps off to the side to avoid the follow-up. My hot trying to close in, does not have the speed to be able to reach the fight in time.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about in draft. I really would have liked to see them I would have liked to see TG pick up the Silas instead of the Vex early, because I doubt that Morgana was really going to be picked away from them. And instead, it went over to the side of GPR, and now they have the Silas, who is obviously doing fantastic this game, has a Rocket Bell already, has 5 Darksteel stacks, and is impacting the entire map.
I'm just going to back up here a little. You see some pressure here on the jungler. Proton having a hard time. It's rough to be a Darius in the jungle. Going in a little bit. There's Call of the Forge. Got great spell shield. Black shield is going to keep Heiko alive. Starting to calm down a little bit. We do see the Binding come out, trying to find a target.
For sure. The Rift Herald, the only objective up. Another team seems to be overly preoccupied with it, as we don't have too many members. No wards on it even from either side.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming we'll see teams start to look to either get that or fight over it soon, as Aiko in a very dangerous spot here. Silas is able to land the chains. He can easily fall even through barrier.
He did see technically the scuttle there here. This is green-blue that we're seeing on the Aphelios. Keep an eye out for the advantages of that. Ryan doing some great damage. Prowling projectile, ace in the hole. Setup stays alive. My Hot is here to try and follow up. It's slowed down by the net. Meanwhile, Heiko pops the barrier, will stay alive. Never saw, tries to go in, doesn't find the chains. Shut down, goes over to the Morgana. Maybe not who you wanted to have it, but a kill is a kill. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up that turret.
Yeah, I mean, a really good bait from Heiko there, knowing that Boy Wife was standing right out of vision as Ornn is running in onto KitKat and trying to get back to his turret.
On a chip. He's doing just fine. Does have some magic resistance now, and you can see that there's a lot of power coming out of that Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
For sure, Ornn a lot harder to kill. Like I was saying, a really good bait from Heiko, knowing Boy Wife's right there, using the barrier, using the Black Shield, and able to pick up the shutdown onto the Silas. That was a really smart play from the ADC of TG.
Good bait.
For sure.
Into the middle stages of the game here. Teams are hitting the second level of their ultimates now. Maybe moving more out of the middle stages of the game and into the later stage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Aphelios has an IE only and an Executioner's. Definitely an expensive build, but he's trying to be as impactful as possible early on with his reduced income compared to the Caitlyn, so not a bad build. Mord very strong, obviously on the Rylai spike, as you mentioned, Hecarim with Eclipse. A lot of one-item spikes coming in. We're going to see a second item coming in very soon, but I'm assuming both teams really want to get a fight off while they have these spikes. They should both feel very strong.
Proton in that spot does get caught out. It's going to be two. Crowd control ultimate committed to him. He'll survive just a bit longer. Just in time for Cold Forge got to come through. Only knocks up one, but it doesn't matter. Ryan is completely untouched here. Does get sent to Brazil on his own in a dangerous slot. Not able to kill the Mordekaiser, but in the meantime, the rest of his team is ripping through those health bars. KitKat is going to survive a little longer thanks to that shield, trying to track down Never Saw, but that champion is going to stay alive. Oh my goodness, the bulk.
KitKat playing his... Sorry?
Bard and Never Saw still here. They're going to pick up the Hex check break. Never Saw not going to commit to anything. Just the bleeding health bar. Look at how low everybody's health bar is after that. Forced to flash away. Never Saw definitely hoping to find a target. Prowling projectile hits Boy Wife. Here comes My Hot. Dashes away. Tries to find a target. Gets rooted down. Oh, does not have the ultimate. Here comes Ace in the hole. My Hot sends to back up, but in exchange, go ahead and give up. No, Morgana ultimately traded over to Silas. And Heiko is still fighting. He's not fighting any longer. That's the Noxian Guillotine.
Yeah, it seems that TG just overstayed after getting that Drake. They stayed around a little bit too long, they chased the Silas, and even after dying, Darius was able to run all the way back into the blue side jungle and pick up a kill onto Heiko.
Carol gets dropped as the tower goes down. Usually that happens first, but Harold is instead going to go ahead and get a charge in on that second turret. Good chunk of damage.
For sure. And a very important thing to note from that last fight is cats are not allowed into Brazil. So Mordekaiser, R'ing Ryan on the Caitlyn there, did remove the Yuumi from her and made Caitlyn that much easier to kill. So a very important mechanic that I'm sure we're going to see in many other fights, as KitKat should look to somebody with the Yuumi on them possibly.
Yeah, I have to admit I was a little surprised to see the Yuumi get picked up when we had the Mordekaiser picked earlier in the draft, just because of that particular interaction. I'm not entirely sure why cats aren't allowed in Brazil. We'll have to talk to the Brazilian government about that one. As Ryan gonna go ahead and catch this wave here in the bottom lane. Does still have the Yuumi with him.
Yeah, I heard they actually had too many strays already, so they just don't need more. You know, it's not no cats at all, it's just no more cats.
It's just there's too many cats in Brazil.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta find homes for the current
I
ones.
expect to see a skin about that. We're gonna go ahead and see the call before the shot comes out, but it's Boy White who's shot in an awkward position. He gets knocked up. Bossler's gonna be the one to pick that up. Now, like, killing spree on that kitty cat.
Yeah, I mean, Brizzly with a really good call the Forge Guard there, just catches Boy Wife out and they get an easy pick.
Lionheart in a good position, but this is never saw. He's not gonna commit to it. No chains finding their target. Photon's on the back lines, maybe trying to find an opening there. Ryan's there as well. My Hot, you're walking into an ambush. Oh no! Execution. Darius is gonna go ahead and pick that up for himself. With that, they have full access to this Baron as it spawns.
And this is the power of vision control, right? Blue side here had plenty of wards down on the red jungle of TG, and they were just able to roam in completely unseen and get a nice pick onto My Hot Daddy on the Hecarim there.
My Hot is still back in base, still in the fountain. Have to wait for him if they really want to contest this, but they can try poking off. Actually do manage to do enough poke damage to force a retreat. There goes the engage. Zeta picks up Ryan. Final chapter comes out as Proton flat player trying to rejoin the fight. Never saw picks up Heiko on the back line. Just Boy White alive here. He is abandoned by his team as Zeta runs away in the meanwhile. They do sacrifice their top laner, but probably a worthwhile trade for 3.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, GPR started the Baron there to try to get TG to walk into them. And they got exactly what they wanted. I'm not sure they had a plan for what happened after TG walks into the Baron, but I think they thought they were going to get it for free. It was a very slow Baron. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They started it. It was obviously very slow with only a Silas and a Caitlyn doing it. Like, obviously they're not going to die because Yumi has, you know, basically infinite shields and healing, but they weren't doing it fast either, and they just get picked up off the side of that. It was just seemingly a sloppy call or just uncoordinated plans. Everyone had a different idea of what they wanted to do, and they were punished for it.
Dragon is going to be up here shortly, so keep an eye out for that. Crawling projectile does not find Boy Life, so not gonna be able to engage on that, but Heiko gets exploded. Never saw enough standing a chance. Kit Kat comes out to try and pick up the pieces. There's another teleport as well as Proton forced to back away. They do manage to get the slow. Here comes Call the Force God, finds one. Kit Kat forced to walk away, but that's okay. We'll just go ahead and focus on your carry setup in a rough position. Does get brought down by the Noxian Guillotine in the backlines. They lose the Mordekaiser as well, and it's a snowball effect onto this middle lane.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the superior team fighting comp is winning team fights, unsurprisingly, and it seems that TG is just giving them exactly what they want. They're walking up and they're just getting beat in these 4v4s, these 5v5s. It's really hard to play.
Never saw, not able to pick up the elimination there on the back line. Maybe he'll pick up, oh no, Heiko again! Caught in the exhaust. Never saw on a killing spree. They'll go ahead and they'll pick up this tower. Proton barely has any health left as they retreat. Never saw is still alive. Could be a bit dangerous. My Hot tries to go in. The shields are there for the Yumi.
Yeah, Silas with that execute healing as well. Never quite as low as it seems he is.
Bears being engaged, tries to flee away, flashes. Crawling projectile. Safety, no! Shut down! That was the edge of the hitbox. That's rough. Dragon is gonna be up.
Okay, go ahead.
No, we're good. There's just so much action happening. They're gonna go ahead pick up that dragon. Dragon's now even on the field. Each side has a hex tech.
Yeah, 2-2. These teams are definitely scrapping as Proton walking into Hecarim here. Spotted on a ward, and he's just going to walk away. As it seems like Red side is going to finally pick up this mid-tier 1 and open up the map a little bit for themselves.
And a little bit of a gold sweep going back their way. As we can see, things are still currently favoring GPR, but Gauntlet happy to pick up a little more gold for themselves and swing it a bit back more in their favor.
For sure. I mean, it's only a 4k gold lead, you know. Not a lot, definitely not game over, as Ward hits a huge lead here.
great engage there. Proton is caught out amongst the team, trying to run away, but has nowhere to go. He's going to get shut down by KibCat. Oh, the Forge God, though, coming for the team, finds two. Great knockup. Ryan is just now joining the fight, and here he goes over the wall with the net. Going to pick up my hot. 4 versus 4. Both teams have dropped the champion, and both of them have lost their jumpers, so there's not going to be any objectives after this. Prowling projectile finds Boy Wipe, but it's not close enough that they're going to be able to capitalize on that. Or on the other hand, tries to engage over the wall, set up in a bad spot, but never saw maybe in a worse. No, he's got Ryan on the back line. KibCat taking a ton of damage. He does get booted up there, set up trying to find the engage. Ryan backs away, using those traps to keep himself alive a little longer. It's going to get shut down, but meanwhile, Never Saw tries to buzzsaw his way through. Heiko gets eliminated. Heiko will pick up that kill, and Vossler is an extra treat. Oh my goodness, the Scorcher just does not have enough damage to finish it.
Yeah, once again, I never saw, credit him, is doing so much damage in these fights. But he is constantly, it seems, overplaying just a little bit and is dying for it. And these are the mistakes that you can't make when you have these small gold leads. You know, you're putting more gold into the Aphelios' pocket, and he's the only one that can really carry his team.
Of all the people to be handing it over to, we do look at our scoreboard now. It's a bit surprising to see, but yeah, that Mordekaiser is probably the strongest member on the other side, 7-2 and 1 on that. But everything revolves around that Aphelios. The only reason you're having that Mordekaiser there to begin with is so he can pick someone and just eliminate them from the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Mord does a great job of killing 1, maybe 2 people, but in an extended fight, it's just so hard for him, I think, to realistically, truly 1v5. They need their Aphelios to be strong. They need their Vex to hit a big ult onto the backline if they want to win.
Dark finding over the wall. I'm not going to have anything to follow up on it. Let's go ahead and back away.
For sure. Both teams posturing around the Baron here.
Only that one big objective up. We do also see in the bottom lane, Mordekaiser continuing to just shove in. Both top laners do have teleport available for any fights that might break out.
Yeah, and we're back to this slow part of the game where teams are kind of just shoving waves and fishing for an engage, I'm assuming we'll see Neversaw look for a play as he's possibly getting caught out right now by the Morgana.
Bit of a difficult spot here. It's a 3 versus 1. There's the engage with the unstoppable onslaught. No, it's a 3 versus 2 as we do see Proton come up in the back line. Neversaw is going to survive, get the healing. Not in a dangerous position now. It's going to be turned around. Proton gets the kill. Here comes Paul Force. They'll pick up another and a third. Neversaw picks that one up. It's just KibCat versus 4. Flashes away. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything to stop this march. Does not have the Aphelios nearby.
Yeah, unfortunately, Setup and My Hot Daddy just did not have the damage to take down the Silas there. And he stalled for just long enough for his team to get there, and they were able to turn the fight around. This Silas is filled with the menace, as he's been in the entire game.
With their jungler down, they're going to go ahead and pick up this bear and pretty much uncontested. It may be a slow one, as you were saying earlier, but not much of a problem if the opposing jungler is just gone.
For sure, and with that Baron, they're going to be able to leverage this into mid-prio, which will leverage into I'm assuming a free dragon, so really a lot gained off the back of this Baron.
Overall, great fight here. It looks like they are going to go ahead and start moving towards that dragon. It should be popping up very shortly. You want to get that vision in pronto, 30 seconds until that spawns. Starting to move down towards that bottom side of the map. They do have the Mordekaiser on the far side. He does not have the teleport available. Oh, pardon, he does have the teleport available. Look at me looking at the wrong champion again. I'm getting senile in my old age. The teams start forming around here. Looks like it's gonna go over to blue team. GPR happy to pick that up. They're gonna add one more stack to their Hex Tech Drake. Now they're at soul point.
For sure. I mean, GPRs need to keep it clean for 5 minutes. Once they get the Hextech Soul, I'm sure they'll be pretty happy with that. Very strong soul, especially with the Caitlyn, especially with the Darius. Just AoE, poke damage and slows, very, very nice. One of the stronger souls in the game for sure.
Getting caught out by Kip Cat. Does have the slow to continue this fight. I don't know if there's anywhere for this Ornn to go. Oh, I think this is just going to be a very, very slow KO. No, actually, it's going to use the charge to get away. Searing charge keeping him alive.
Yeah, Kip Cat doesn't have a ton of vision on the map. He's unsure about where everyone else is. I don't believe Silas or Darius were showing, so he doesn't want to overstep and throw the game, especially since he has so much of his team's gold. A relatively safe play. It's nice to chunk out the Ornn, but if he dies there, it would be pretty much instantly a game over, so.
Okay, looks like they're going to go ahead and crash 2 waves simultaneously. We do have, it's a 3-1 with Warsaw on the far side. Never saw on the far side. What am I saying, Warsaw? Well, he is on the warpath, never saw. And they're going to go ahead and pick up that inhibitor turret. One more is available if they want to grab another inhib.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be a little bit careful as their Ornn doesn't have TP and is sitting all the way in top lane, so they don't have that call to Forge God as Boy Wife gets punked down so low from that ace in the hole.
I mean, you're not stopping that Baron buff minion. Now you've got Caitlyn in position.
Set up in trouble here. Never saw not going to take it.
Probably for the best. Little Lee syndrome did in fact hurt anybody.
We've all been there, you know? You got to give him props for not listening to the voices.
His mind's telling him no. And his body may be telling him yes, but he is not going to fall for it this time.
Yeah, I'm sure that was just a classic case of the ult timer on Silas was probably running out because you can only hold it for about 30 or 45 seconds, I believe. I don't know the exact number. But when it's running out like that, it's always just more fun to use it just to get rid of it. Get a little bit of chick damage.
Trying to follow up on my hot. They do manage to get a bit of a slow on him. He does have the ghost available, just barely survives that will hop over the wall. So ghost for ghost traded.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty positive trade for the Darius overall, just because his team's so far ahead. The Hecarim not having that tool to get around the map quite as quickly or to get a quick gank off or a quick teamfight turnaround is, you know, much harder to play around than a ghost with Darius when your Caitlyn is as strong as she is.
Ryan's gonna go ahead and pop on up here. Not gonna go ahead and commit to the Kip Cat. Don't have a ward as they don't know that the Darius is here. Maybe they're just trying to see if they can bait the Caitlyn into a bad spot. Oh, he's gonna come around the backside. He will get spotted out by Kip Cat, but it might be too little too late. Does have Boy Wipe on the back line, does throw down the spell shield. Dark Lightning keeps an engagement following up. Oh no, the cat gets caught out. Setup takes Vossler out. Doesn't even have to pop him off. Ryan though does manage to pop off, picks out Kip Cat and falls himself. Meanwhile, over the wall, My Hot has joined the fight. Proton in the back line. So 2 versus 1. Darius is surviving long time, but not long enough. Setup will be the one to take the elimination. This whole time, Heiko's just sitting in the base collecting up the minions.
Yeah, I mean, Riot actually won against Mord inside of Brazil there. Really, really well played, really well kited out. He dodged, I believe, 2 Qs and was able to win the fight. Really, really strong play from the Caitlyn there. I think Neversaw honestly could have TP'd and turned that fight around, but he just wanted to keep pressure up and didn't want to throw his life away, so.
Speaking of Neversaw, does have someone caught out. Is going to be forced to retrieve the speed up from the same place to get
For sure. Now Silas does pick up the unstoppable onslaught from that trade, and he will have it for this last dragon spawn, so definitely makes the team fight a little bit scary, especially if you're Heiko here.
Eye on everyone's positioning. Wards should be going up here. We can see a Yordle snap trap being set up around the area as they continue to put pressure this mid wave. Probably want to have it shoving in their way to give them that extra pressure.
Definitely. Now Ornn walking down, he does have the TP, but he's choosing to walk down to the fight instead, as Proton is just spotting out the entirety of TG here.
Jason Hole does a third, but Setup on a killing spree just completely eliminates the Caitlyn from play. That is so important. This is so important. You have to be able to turn this around.
Never saw trouble here.
Maybe also getting caught out on the back line. Tries to go back in. Does get the shutdown. but it's caught in a precarious position. Dodges out of the way, but it's not enough. All the force shot does come through onto 3 members, but 3 members is not nearly enough damage. Brissy is not going to be able to handle this setup. Kit Kat will almost certainly, there we go, take the elimination.
Yeah, I mean, really well played from TG here. They team fought all together, and GPR actually split themselves up, so they got to fight a couple, 3-on-1s and 2-on-1s that they ended up winning. It was just better team fighting.
Overall, great job with their rotations. Great job picking the fights they wanted. They're rewarded with the dragon, and now they're on soul point as well. So expect that next dragon to be a very vital one, as the team who wins it will pick up the dragon soul.
Yeah, and with the Baron up here again, we'll see plenty of vision move towards top side. We'll see Caitlyn hopefully shove out this mid, and I would love to see GPR actually start the Baron and try to force a fight here. I think they are still stronger. I think that last fight was a bit of a fluke. I think they just misplayed, and if they play together, they should be much stronger in a fight around the pit here.
Got a little scary right there. It looks like Ryan is able to avoid the dark binding. I guess there wasn't any damage to follow up with, so maybe not that scary, but every time I see that Morgana Q come out, I panic just a little bit.
The bind from Fog is the scariest one.
Oh, tries to find a target. My Hot forced to ult away. The onslaught of shadows on cooldown. Popping the sad B emoji. Yeah, that is an appropriate feeling for having to burn that ult. They do keep the Baron from happening though.
For sure, and now I would really like to see GPR start up the Baron now that they know that Hecarim doesn't have his ult available to him. As we see.
On the top side, Proton hanging around the Baron pit, but they're not going to commit to it just yet, especially not with the Hecarim now on the map. Looks like they're actually going to send their Junkyard back to base. That might be a mistake, depending on if something breaks out here in this top side jungle.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point. Neversaw is pushed up very far by himself. Now he is backing off, respecting the fact that his jungler recalled and recalling on his own, but still, there was definitely a window where he could have been caught out and killed.
And that's what it really comes down to at high level play with the macro, right? Like trying to find those openings where your opponents are overextending and being able to recognize when and to capitalize on that. Ryan is on in the wings. See what they can do with it.
I think the moments are very small at these higher levels.
Third of setup's health bar with that ace in the hole. It's going to be forced to back up.
Yeah, unbelievable how much damage that ult does, because this is just regular crit Caitlyn. Now I know the ult has crit scaling, but this isn't like the lethality first strike Caitlyn that was terrorizing the Rift for quite a while, so just an insane ability to use for poke onto these squishier champions.
Look at the build, it's also very heavily just tuned towards that attack damage. You do have a little bit of lethality in there with the Collector. And if you get a crit, oh my goodness, you get a crit. Things have slowed down, at least for a moment, with Baron the only major objective on the map. They're going to go ahead and spot out to trying to gank them on the back line, back away. Very slow game right now. Neither team wants to make a big decisive move.
Yeah, both teams just playing it very slow, very safe. Just kind of waiting. I would assume in this case for the next dragon, they know it's soul. They know if they lose a fight now with death timers, it's really hard to set up for the next dragon. So everyone just playing it as slow as possible, just kind of shoving out waves, doing the best they can to stay alive and grab what vision they can.
Let's go ahead and have a look at the cash that everyone's picked up here across the portion of the game. Just looking at how much gold has been picked up by this Caitlyn. So much money, but on the other side, you can see that Heiko has been doing an excellent job of just picking up the farm, picking up kills where he can, collecting enough to close that gap a little bit. There is still that worrying 500 gold bounty on him. We'll see if that gets flipped around or not.
For sure. I do want to mention that while the teams are even in gold, a lot of that gold is sitting on that Mordekaiser, and if he somehow gets picked off, or somebody's able to even just stall him inside of his ult, it could be really hard for TG to fight without the Mordekaiser there to dish out damage.
Proton flat player decides that they're gonna fight. Try and hit the Baron. They do know that they're being watched.
Brizzy has a TP here. Let's see if he decides to hit it.
The flat player will survive. They're trying to find the opening. Ghost is popped on the Hecker, but they're not able to commit. There's the Dark Binding. Never saw. Finds the target over the wall. There's the Onslaught of Shadows, but it's into a Zonya's Hourglass. Eliminations are coming through. The power of this Caitlyn is absurd. It is finally going to get popped. Aphelios doing tons of damage on that back line. Looks like the teams are going to be split up a little bit. And Tycho trying to run for his life against Prissy. Oh, Unstoppable picks up 2 eliminations. It's just never saw. And there's still 2 of them doing the Baron with Cosmo there. They can potentially pull it off.
Yeah, unfortunately, Orange just TP'd a bit late there. He got there after the fight was over. As Neversaw ease into the Baron and just dies.
He did almost have an elimination when he went in there, but the healing that both of those champions have is just so absurd. It's really hard to be able to close out that fight there without getting eliminated like that. Plus Baron damage if you're taking it. That's going to be the soul, and a very quiet, easy soul getting handed over to the Gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, a really, really clean team fight from them. They played it so well. I was a bit worried when Stylish just instantly popped setup, and the Vex was out of the fight immediately, but they were able to clean it up, especially on the back of Heiko, just dishing out so much damage. And KitKat also was able to ult Neversaw. He didn't kill him, but he got Neversaw out of the fight, and those were really the difference makers, right? It just enabled Heiko to dish out this damage like we've been talking about. And we're at the point in the game where Aphelios is fully scaled. He does a lot of damage.
And with the Baron buff, with the Dragon Soul, with the Hextech Soul, I guess you could say that all the Infinity Stones have been collected. The Gauntlet is complete. Now we just have to watch in horror as they potentially snap their opposition out of existence. Frisky is forced to back away. Not really a lot of aggression they can put out here, especially with that soul and with those minions pushing in. You need to find an opening. Why not turn around with that? Does not have to follow.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point in the game where I really want to see the Ornn do something. Because he's been at a couple fights, but he hasn't been at any really strong pivotal ones. I want to see the Ornn make a huge team fight difference. He has 5 KP of 26. That is not a lot of participation in the game. That's when he compared to his Mordekaiser counterpart, who has 15 KP of 27. It's just a bit of a gap, and I think Ornn has the ability to make an impact. I really want to see him try to do that.
Definitely trying. I know how it is to be a top laner. They stick you on an island. Meanwhile, keep an eye out. Neversaw gonna go ahead and shove in that top wave. He's gonna back up just a little bit. Only draws 1 target up there to set up. You're gonna pick up that inhibitor and back away. Meanwhile, the fight starts on the bottom line. Here comes the Call of the Forge God. Only finds 1 KitKat. Point 2 is already gone to Brazil. Set up. Oh, that's rough, buddy. Meanwhile, Noxon, the Noxian Executioner, is going to pick up another elimination. It's just Boy Wife. He's going to back away. Oh, no, Heiko!
Ryan flashes in to cancel the recall. Neversaw could be ending the game here.
Oh, and there's the trap. It doesn't matter. Oh, he got the revive. Neversaw is going to go ahead and grab that. They did not stop the back, so that'll probably be the end of Neversaw, unless he is able to pull off a slight miracle here. Yeah, Spell Immune, he's not going to pick that up. Boy Wife will take the elimination. You do not want it on your support at this point in the game, but I guess it's better than nothing.
For sure, I mean, Neversaw dying there is unfortunate, but he's still got an inhib, he's still got a Nexus turret, and got the other one quite low, as Boy Wife could be in trouble here with Ryan and Yumi running him down. As they take another inhib.
Yeah, only 1 left, and you already see the Ornn pushing it out in Percy. Just guiding those minions down to where they need it. Guess it doesn't matter that you have collected the Gauntlet. The Avengers are here to stop you. Or at the very least avenge whatever that has happened to them recently. They're going to go ahead and put down the pressure here on this top lane turret. Get it for themselves. Boy Wife is here, and here comes KitKat on the backside through the Hextech Gate. No one is going to get caught out here. Just do not have the ability to fully commit to these fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tense time, but these fights are kind of sporadic, and it seems like everyone is kind of doing their own thing, and I think it's just going to come down to, as these games often do, a bit of a team play difference. Whoever's more coordinated and team fights better will come out on top. Like, we have Elder spawning in just over 2 minutes. We have Baron spawning in just under 2 minutes. And those are going to be the two pivotal fights.
See exactly how that ends up playing out. The way I see it, Elder Dragon is the most powerful buff in the entire game. So even if you don't have the Dragon Soul, that could be what turns the tide of this entire game so even. Only a 2k gold lead between these two teams at this point in the game. Everyone's hitting their higher levels. It's only the supports now that aren't at level 18. Pardon, it looks like Brian somehow still hasn't hit level 18. That's a little bit of a surprise to me on that, Caitlyn. But, I mean, you do see that the 80 carries are kind of even now.
Yeah, still a 2k gold lead in favor of Caitlyn, but at this point I believe they're both full builds, though. It's kind of, yeah, she has her Zephyr completed and Aphelios doesn't, but realistically that's not that much of a difference. All in all, though, at this point they are functionally both full build, fully scaled.
Looks like Bricky's gonna back up to receive the wave. Do have these minions that are pouring into the base. They haven't committed to anything yet. They're pinging out and around the Baron to try and set up that vision. Very important, as that is going to be the objective that spawns first. So pops up. Going to contest it, so they'll go ahead and have vision there as well.
Definitely. I mean, we can see Heiko rotating up towards it now. Aphelios, very, very, very high DPS on these objectives, but Neversaw still sitting in the bot lane here, looking to push out. Has TP for a fight, and can also threaten to split push here with double super minions pushing in. This is a dangerous spot for TG to be in. It seems Vex is recalling, but last time she recalled for the Silas, she did end up getting solo killed, and he took the towers in her face.
Ace in the hole comes through. Huge chunk of damage on the Void Wife. That isn't going to get any higher, given that she is currently full build on that Caitlyn, but still, like, dealing a third of the health bar. Brizzy gonna interrupt the back as well. Will be caught out by the Dark Binding. Does have 4 members on top of him. Gets a knockoff. Flashes over the wall. Here comes Call Forge. Catches 3 on the back line. No one to follow up on it. He is gonna go down. They also take on the back line. Caitlyn goes down. Heiko gonna pick that one up. But in the meantime, Neversaw on the back line trying to take out this base. Going is through. Have the ability to fight. Oh my goodness. Look
Never
at
saw
how
coming
low that Nexus
so close.
got. Oh my god.
Once again, just failing to get it, as TG are looking to end the game here. Is Proton running in as the Darius. He just has to get past setup here.
Not able to get through that spell shield. He does have a lot of damage. The exhaust is going to come out. He's using the ghost to get up to it. Is he taking it? Oh my god! Yes, he is! Just barely. It turns into a base race at the end. But that's going to go over PPP. Proton Plat player going to pick that one up for the team. What a wild game. I was not expecting it to go over to GPR in such a dramatic fashion there at the end, able to pick up that Nexus just in time. Whew, my goodness.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just shocked. Base race is always so fun. Really had to play from PvP to run in, knowing that he can get past the CC and live all the damage with the Yumi shields there. Just fantastic play to finish up the game and take the win.
Well, things have been evened up. It is now 1-1 between GPR and the Gauntlet. This is Summit Esports. This is the Premier League quarterfinals with Glovely and Juan. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinals. I'm Glovely, joined by Juan, and we are in Game 3 of Ganking Private Ryan versus the Gauntlet. It's currently 1-1 in the series as these teams have been slugging it out on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, last game was a total heater. Ended in a backdoor for anybody that missed it. So please go back in the VOD. Please watch that game. It is such a fun watch as the bans are coming through here. And it looks like once again, we're seeing the same standard six bans.
Yeah, well, I mean, we do still have a little opportunity to mix it up a little bit, and Victor going to be banned a little earlier this time around. So maybe not exactly the same bands, and a few champs that are pretty powerful picks are still left on the table.
Definitely. I'm really hoping to see the Gauntlet take the Silas away from Neverswap because was a complete menace on that champion. And I think giving it to her again would be a bit of a blunder in the draft.
Would be Misfortune is actually going to be the first one picked up here. A lot of AoE team fighting capability for the Gauntlet there on the blue side. So
For
pretty
sure.
good pickup for them.
Her
The
Bloodthirster
thing,
build is just so strong right now.
yeah, the thing about the Silas pick. Oh, Orn, there we go. That's not a surprise. Blitzcrank
Ornn
is a little
Blitzcrank.
bit though.
That is a
Okay.
confident Blitzcrank pick, locked in immediately into that MF.
Yeah, very confident. No idea what the opposing support is either. I mean, Misfortune doesn't exactly have the greatest ability to dodge Blitzcrank hooks. I guess her passive does have a little speed on it, but I mean,
Early
I
on in the
don't
game, it's
know.
definitely rough. Later in the game, I think it's a bit easier for her as TG
Ooh,
does pick away the Silas.
it's a very early Silas. Usually, you want to wait until you find out what kind of ultimates the opposing team has. But I guess he saw call there. She saw Call of the Forge God and saw the Blitzcrank and just said, you know what, screw it, we ball.
Yeah, I mean the biggest thing now is what is your answer if you GPR? If you can play it, I think like the Corki mid or one of the 80 carries mid would be very very good here as they are still quite strong and match up well into the Silas. As Yasuo gets locked in, it is
Yasuo.
just a fist fight in the mid lane. It would seem.
Okay, I do actually really like the Yasuo pick. Like, not only do you have sort of a neutral matchup in Silas, because both of them sort of have just like a little bit of ranged poke, but there's also the fact that you have the Ornn on the squad, you have the Blitzcrank. Both of those are going to bring some great displacement opportunities for you to get that last breath going. Mordekaiser going to be banned out. It was such a problematic champion in that last game. Diana is going to be the answer on the other side. Two more champions here available to ban. GPR, who's going to be your final ban? We'll have to see in a moment.
I was just told that the Yasuo could be flex bot, or we could see Ryan go towards the mid lane to play this Yasuo pick. So that
Okay,
would be very very exciting either
like
way.
I know people like to play the Yasuo bot. I'm not a super huge fan of it. Uh,
I think it's so broken.
I don't really like it. Like obviously this is a team coordinated environment, so maybe the kind of stuff that you'd need to pull off would be better, but I don't see you doing that with Blitzcrank. We do
I don't know.
see Oriana's the final ban, very safe mid laner, not a big surprise.
Makes sense. I was hoping to see another ban from GPR go towards the top lane, actually just help the Ornn out a little bit more. But all in all, Vigar is a decent ban. I guess I'm not really sure who that's targeted towards with MF and Silas are being picked, but at the end of the day, I'm sure they're happy with it. As
MF
we
is
see.
Vagar is like you can play him as a mid laner, you can play him as a support. Like it's a pretty versatile champion. Looks like Gragas is going to be the pickup there for their jungler, most likely. Another knockup for the Yasuo.
Yeah, Yasuo and Gragas, a classic duo on the Rift. Makes sense that
Oh
they'd
my
pull it out.
god. Oh, what is this? What is this draft? Okay, we've got two more champs to be picked out. Garen!
Garen getting locked in
Yes!
into the Ornn.
Okay, that is an interesting decision. Garen's not usually the kind of champion you want to play into that Ornn. Like you have to go for sort of a conqueror build if you want to shred through all that armor, probably Black Cleaver. But I mean, he's really strong in the current patch, so not at all a bad pick.
Yeah, I think Yasuo, or sorry, I think Garen does pretty well into Yasuo as well. If you can land the silence, especially once you get the Stride Breaker and the Phantom Dancer finished, you can do so much damage so quickly that a lot of times the Yasuo can't really deal with you, as
There you
Ezreal is going to
go.
be locked in on blue 5 there for TG.
I do like the Garen into Yasuo as well. It also gives you a very strong early game pick that you can use to kind of give yourself a little time for that misfortune to scale, for the Ezreal to pick up a tier, and sort of get to their mid game power spikes. GPR, they are going to lock in the Gwen as their final pick. Maybe that's going to be
Okay.
their. I think it's Gragas mid with Blitzcrank support, and I think you're right on the Yasuo, and then you take Gwen. It could be Gragas jungle and Gwen top.
I do
No,
want to call out quickly,
mid.
not to interrupt you, but
What is
it
it?
looks like it might be Misfortune support on TG because they have Ezreal MF.
You're right. You're right. That is going to be. Oh my goodness.
Or it
What
could be
is?
Stylus support for some reason, just stealing ults. I really don't know where
Oh.
anybody's going in this draft, but
Oh my goodness. So we're a little confused over here. One thing we could definitely agree on is that Ganking Private Ryan has set up a huge knock-up composition for this Yasuo. Definitely the champion to watch. But over here for the Gauntlet, kind of hard to put together exactly what their game plan is. It kind of looks like they just have a strong set of lanes.
yeah, it seems like they're just gonna try to win through individual play and just snowball that into a win. Not the worst strategy, but definitely harder to execute, I think.
Execute indeed. We'll have to see what is going to end up going down. But for now, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break before we get back to the action here at Summit Esports. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Summit Esports Premier League Quarterfinals. I'm Glovely, this is Juan, and we're watching Game 3 of Ganking Private Ryan versus the Gauntlet.
It looks like they're going for a 5-man stack bot lane, and it seems that TG are reading it by also
My
5-manning bot
God,
lane.
please
On top of
don't.
having Fiesta
30
comps and a
seconds
Gwen
until
mid, they're just
minions spawn.
going to fist fight level 1, I
Oh
guess.
my God, I think you're right. I think they are. This is gonna be wild. They do have a ton of crowd control over
Now Blitz
on
could
that
blind
side. They
hook the
don't
bush
know.
here.
They don't know. Oh
They're just
my
gonna face
God.
check.
Do it, do it, do it.
It's a 5v5 level 1. Bossler
Oh,
falls.
first blood! There goes the spin into the full team. That Conqueror is fully stacked. Ryan is solo health. That's a kill for the Garen. Oh my goodness, his health bars are just destroyed. They're gonna go ahead and pressure up just a little bit more before sending him back. But 2 eliminations, 1 over to that top lane, 1 to the bottom lane. That is a great start.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the Garen here, picking up a longsword. Now that's surprising. I think typically you want to go dagger early just to help
Yeah.
get that those berserker's greaves, but you know, a longsword's not bad. Into this Ornn lane just can mean so much. You can just pressure him so much harder as the Garen.
You just need to make sure that you have a dagger before level 6. That's the most important thing as far as that attack speed goes. It gives you an extra spin. We do see a very strange bottom lane here. It's going to be Yasuo Blitz into Silas and Misfortune. Silas is not exactly the most common champion in the world, but this is just what we're dealing with. Great knockup on both of them. Great trade overall.
Yeah, I do want to call out Boywife going Dark Harvest for the 3rd game in a row. Just a really big fan of that rune, and you like to see the full commitment to the bit, you know? No matter what champ he's playing.
Scale quite as much.
Yeah, a lot of damage.
First wave gonna go ahead and be shoved in here. This is where the Blitzcrank likes to be.
Yeah, crashing that second wave is always a bit dangerous because now the Ryan and Vossler bot lane here have a large wave pushing out, and there could be a lot of dive threat if the Gragas decides to path down towards them.
Poke onto the Blitzcrank. Didn't put anything onto the Yasuo yet. Knock up, there's the hook, pulls her in, there's the stun. Heiko in a dangerous position, getting ground up by Ryan. He's gonna get knocked up, there's the exhaust just to make sure the Boywife doesn't have the damage to follow up. They are gonna get out alive.
Yeah, Ryan burned the exhaust there, and even through his passive, he ends up getting traded back pretty hard as Boywife stays at almost full HP. Really a health negative trade there. A bit unfortunate that it went like that. Especially if the blitz hook, I really thought they were gonna lock down at least a flash there, but
Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Garen had the freedom to back. It looks like Brissy is just kind of trying to freeze that wave at his turret. So, pretty calm game, all things considered. Garen went back, picked up a longsword, going for the extra damage against that tank champion.
yeah, definitely. Still no dagger like you talked about, which again is an interesting choice. Maybe KipKat just likes longswords to help with the Conqueror. Maybe he doesn't play Garen a lot, you never know, but again, more damage is always pretty nice. You got a cheater recall off too, as Ornn is getting ganked here by the Lilia. Brissy flashes away. Yeah.
Things are, for the most part, pretty calm. Meanwhile, okay, actually that happened on the other side of the map. Looks like we got a Misfortune getting ganked by a Gragas, so Proton gonna pick that one up.
Proton not committing his flash for the play either.
KipKat is here, maybe trying to bait the Ornn into a bad play. Not able to do so. Brissy having the patience, just wait, knowing that there's a jungler in that bush. Ooh, Boywife getting caught up, does get ignited, will survive. Oh, there's the injuries underneath the tower, will get popped back. There's gonna be 80 carry for support. Never saw, also in a dangerous position here in the mid lane. KipKat! Solo kill in the top lane. Meanwhile, Never saw get taken out mid, does trade back, so even in that mid lane, but look at these solo kills. Great job from KipKat in the early stages of the game.
The game is just complete chaos so far. In the span of about 15 seconds, we had solo kills and 2v2 kills in all 3 lanes. So, while the drafts are crazy, the gameplay so far is also crazy.
Okay,
Brizzy
so
holding the TP here.
So, 2k gold lead here for JPR. Ryan trying to retreat. Boylife trying to follow up. Ryan will be the one in the safe spot. Throws out the Steel Tempest. Does a little damage. Does not yet have that last breath ultimate available. Never saw it takes a good chunk from setup. My Hot on the backside is not able to engage.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan just constantly getting shoved into his tower here, but I don't think he's too upset about that. Free farming is always nice. As we flash forward to Brizzy going up and unfortunately missing the cannon there. So far the game's pretty slow. No junglers are really going for an objective yet. We do see Lilia towards the grubs as Ryan face checks into Boywife here, but is just going to get his passive procced and walk away.
There's the pre-6 dagger we were talking about, as well as a Tiamat, so that's what those long swords were being built into. Almost certainly going to be a stride breaker. Really great for giving your team that extra crowd control. Proton maybe getting caught out here. My Hot tries to find a target. Bristy is there as well, but KitKat is not coming down the other way. We do have support from setup in order to be able to take this over. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and claim the fourth grubs as their own. There's still a Gorgus in the area. I don't know if Proton wants to go back in there. Looks like he will retreat. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, attempted engage. Both misses. That was close.
Very close, and with that whiff, the bot lane just goes back to Yasuo CSing under his turret. Once again, as Neversaw in trouble here, but dodges away from the Ezreal ult.
No Arcane Barrage this time. Or True Shot Barrage.
Yeah, that's what it is.
There we go. There's the rocket grab. Doesn't get a great slow. Meanwhile, Heiko forced to flash over the back line. Ryan's in a great position, but they do get the foot strength away. Neversaw having such a rough time of things. We do have Proton waiting in the wings, but it looks like he'll just back away as well.
Yeah, KitKat getting another recall off top lane, and that's the power of this Tiamat. Obviously, he's going to keep shoving out waves into this Ornn, who can't really do anything about it. Hopefully, we can see KitKat, especially with his ult and the Ignite coming up, shove out a wave and start to roam, look for some pressure, possibly onto the Gwen, who's already very low. But we'll have to see what KitKat does with the lane pressure he has as Ryan gets heavily traded onto.
A lot of damage. Does manage to block the... Oh my goodness, stops the bullet time, but Heiko's still going to get that elimination. Proton is here, does have the damage to get the kill, but is now in a 1 versus 2. Vosler has already backed off. Boywife trying to get the damage. It looks like they won't go ahead and continue committing to this fight.
Yeah, I mean, a nice game from Greg. It's unfortunate that Ryan died. But a good trade back from Proton there on the Gragas with the Electrocute, barely picking up the kill with the last auto.
Just continuing to force Bristly to stay underneath the tower. And then what this does is, as a top laner, when you shove it in, you are free to roam around the map to set up your ward. Look at how deep KitKat, sorry, is going. Gonna go ahead, even steal away this red buff. It is rough when Garen gets a good early game lane. The Hextech break is going to go over here to that side. Pick that up for themselves. KitKat on the Gauntlet.
For sure. And early Hextech Drake, also very strong for their team. I believe his attack speed and ability haste, and almost all of their champs like all of those stats. So a very, very strong early Drake to pick up for them.
Good, always love getting those bonuses. We're starting to get into the mid-game portion of this matchup here at 9 minutes. Good stream happening. My Hot will spot out 2 in the jungle. Rocket Grab does grab that away. Neversaw will pick up the red buff. Meanwhile, Boywife gets the ult from Blitzcrank, not able to get the jump on Gwen thanks to her being immune. A ton of damage coming out. Lot of damage to follow up with a huge exploding cast. Turns things around for a moment, but never mind. A double kill. Setup's gonna pick that up. Killing spree in response.
Yeah, I mean, a great explosive cast from Proton there as he's able to catch out Heiko. And then just gets traded back as he never saw both die to the Arcane Blast from the Ezreal.
top side. It's just a very slow top lane here, but sometimes that's for the best. It's going to get a little scarier in the later stages of the game once you've got a tank who wants to team fight, or you've got a juggernaut who can absolutely split push away on that side lane. That's something we'll need to be watching out for.
Yeah, definitely. The Garen is definitely a bit of a ticking time bomb this game. He's only going to get stronger, and as he does in Garen's current state, it gets a lot harder for the Ornn to deal with him. That is also mainly due to Garen's passive Armor Shred on his E, which just allows him to do so much damage.
It is so good, especially into like heavy tank team compositions, or when you've got a ton of AD on your side. You're gonna go ahead and clear out that ward and avoid the rocket grab in the meantime. Meanwhile, my Hawk's gonna go ahead and pick up another round of void grabs, because why not? I'm worth it.
Yeah, I mean, again, Void Grub's very strong as an objective, especially for a team comp that has so much range compared to the full melee of GPR. Which is, 6 Grubs really helps you with the pressure. So much bonus for damage to the towers, and it spawns the Grub Mites, which are so strong as Yasuo.
Last breath into rocket grab. Heiko pops the barrier, stays alive for only a moment more as the exploding cast gets a catch. Boy Wife is able to survive, but they're not going to be able to protect their AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great play from the Gragas. Right? That's why you pick the Gragas into the Yasuo. You just want to see him focusing on the bot lane, making this plays. As Boy Wife could be in trouble here, but walks away with half his health bar still alive.
Considering he had half his health bar when he started that engagement, pretty good trade, all things considered.
For sure. Can't complain. I mean, you know, he lived. That's more than enough. As the Stride Breaker does come through for the Garen here. Rule number 1. Don't chase the Singe is the rule number 1.
Rule number 1,
yeah.
Don't chase Singe.
Rule number 2 is live. Yeah, the Triforce coming through for the Ezreal here.
Flashed over the wall, Heiko dodges the rocket grab in a dangerous spot.
Heiko playing pretty well so far, only gotten hit by, I believe, 2 rocket grabs so far, so in 13 minutes that's not too bad. He lived the level 2 hook. Survived one of them at least.
God comes out. Proton is here. This is unfortunate for the Garen. You're not getting out of this one. That's why we take phase rush on occasion. Unfortunately, that is going to go over. Proton picking up the KO for the shutdown on the Garen. Set up doing a lot of damage to this mid lane tower, as well as the person standing under it. Will take a tower shot for his trouble, but no, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, Ezra goes Bloodline, has D-Blade, 1 turret shot is not too much damage.
Pardon, first shot barrage comes through as well. Is not able to follow up on any kills. Just gonna clear the way. That is one of the nice things about having an Ezreal, and he doesn't even really have to leave lane to have an effect on the fight. If you have Lilting Lullaby, they are not going to commit to it. They just want that pressure for this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, I mean, so far, the Gauntlet is just picking up every objective, and there's not a lot that GPR can really do about it, as setup has to Arcane Shift away from the Gwen ult there.
And this gives them the priority they need in order to pick up this dragon uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure TG are just very happy with their game state. It's 8-7, but they're up 6 Grubs, they're up 2 Drakes. I'm sure they'll keep it relatively slow as we saw them do it last game, and as long as they keep playing for these objectives, it should be pretty clean.
Up on the backside, does not manage to find the grab. Never saw it. Able to get away with her life. And back up. Ryan has the 3rd strike of the Steel Tempest, is not going to land it on Heiko either, but does have Vossler to back him up. But they will find it onto Heiko, who's silent for a brief moment, is able to live just barely despite that in the backline. My Hot goes in the backline, has the Lilting Lullaby, pops it. Heiko. Great damage. Boy Web coming around on the backside. Pops the Ignite just to get the kill. Bosler goes down. Double kill to the Silas support.
The Silas support getting very strong. He's looking reminiscent of the Wei game. Happens to get a couple kills, but already has the Zack, has the or the Zazak.
No! Oh, she does get
It's an
executed.
execute.
Not the true shot barrage, so good for her on managing to avoid the Ezreal ult by dying. I never thought that was a way to dodge, but
Calculated, obviously.
calculated. Yeah, I mean, like she shoved up the wave. Now she gets to back. Meanwhile, Boy Web gonna go ahead and bully Proton off of this Rift Herald. Give Cat enough time to come in and start spinning on it.
And this is just another another objective going over to the side of TG.
Ooh, another rock grab onto Heiko. It is rough to be a misfortune in this game. I'm not gonna run back towards that turret. The third shot of the Seal Tempest is dodged, but you can't dodge that auto attack. That's gonna be it for Heiko. Oh, there we go.
Heiko almost walking that one out. Had he buried there, might have been able to actually survive the Yasuo Q. 255 is a bit unfortunate, but if the rest of your team is fed, it's a trade I'm sure he's willing to take.
And then you pick up the Rift Herald on that Karen up in the top side of the map here. And just continue on shoving things up. We'll trade it out for that bottom turret, which most likely will be taken first here.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, first turn of the game, a lot of gold. They haven't gotten any objectives yet, but getting that first turret is a lot of gold into the pocket of Ryan on the Yasuo here. And it could be what they need to get the snowball rolling in the other direction. An all melee comp is very, very snowball dependent, so getting this gold is what they would like.
Not able to deflect it, because it doesn't have the second part. Boy Wife, though, still on a rampage.
Boywife taking his gold lead and walking around the map. You love to see it, really. The Silas takes kills, but decides to go around and kill everyone else.
Chrissy hits one in order to get a boost for Ryan. If Cat does not have the phase rush. Oh my goodness, the health bar is not enough. Now setup is in an awkward position alone. We do have Boy Wife on the back line trying to help. Setup does not have a ton of damage. Does manage to get a true shot barrage. Does manage to be on a killing spree. Great play there. Boy Wife is going to help Bosler pull him close. That's going to be the shutdown. Another explosive cast. Cast exploding the health bars. Bosler in a bit of a difficult situation, being one-on-one versus Silas, and MyHot is going to take that one out. Dominating on this support Silas. What is this game?
Yeah, and I mean, that fight is just the perfect example of how this game's been going, the perfect story as we take a quick glance into the gold. Ezreal up about 1,000 gold, the Misfortune up about 600, and the Silas up almost 3,000 gold is just a huge advantage. And yeah, good point. My producer just mentioned the Silas has more gold than the Misfortune in total, which is a complete domination in the support role here.
A little rough for Heiko, though. We do see Ryan maybe fighting off more than he can chew on his own up against 3. Tries to flash away, does have the Steel Tempest, not able to escape. It does use Black Breath to try and follow up. Gives Cat maybe a bit of a unnecessary overkill with that ultimate ability. They are going to go ahead and pick up 2 eliminations.
But have you considered Demacia?
I have, in fact, considered Demacia, and it is glorious. All hail Demacia.
Yeah, I
go
mean...
ahead into that top lane, pick up another turret. Red turret destroyed. Heiko pops the bullet time, but is now caught out against 2. Vosler is almost certainly just gonna catch up at some point with either a rocket grab or a knockup. No, actually gonna back off. MyHot over the side scares him away. Meanwhile, Neversaw takes setup out off the bottom side of the map here, as we're not able to watch.
Yeah, and once again, it's GPR getting a couple kills around the map and just getting out-traded by TG at every turn so far, as a big fight for the third dragon is coming up here.
Fine, but currently it's 3 versus 3. Garen is spinning and winning. KibCat takes out Proton Plat player. That's the jungler. That's their chances of getting the dragon down the drain. Excellent play there, just waiting in the bushes. Classic strat. Um, Now goes into the mid lane, survives through the last threat, and taking a lot of damage from the window. Has some follow up from the silence. Oh, Ignite is going to be the difference maker as Boy Wife picks up the kill. So on the back line, they do dodge out that grab.
I do want to mention that KitKat was able to kill Proton without using ult. That was Garen Q into spin. So just so much gold onto this Garen, so much damage as he's picked up the Phantom Dancer now as well as an Executioner's Calling. Seems like those early invade kills have been put to work.
That's a mortal reminder if I ever saw one. We were talking before the game a little bit about the resolve tree and you know, being a front line for the team. That's not what he's doing here. This is a very aggressive, very damage-focused build, and why not? You're already ahead. You're playing into a tank. You may as well play up the aggression. Great pivot.
I completely agree. It just makes it that much harder for Ornn to deal with you, and it gives you much more solo threat on these side lanes. Especially with these 6 grubs and the Soul Dragon spawning in 4 minutes, having that side lane threat could be the difference between a won and a lost team fight.
Soul is going to be the next one. Nothing too crazy happening in the lane right now. It's just the team sort of setting themselves up, trying to find opportunities for themselves. Go ahead and steal a Blitzcrank ultimate just to be safe.
Now, the only thing that TG need to really worry about here is this Gwen on the side lane, as she was able to pick up a solo kill on the setup earlier, and she's been farming quite well, farming at 10 CS per minute currently. I do believe they need to send 2 people to match her and make sure that she's not able to just solo end the game, because Gwen split pushes quite quickly and does so much tower damage with her E and the Nashor's Tooth combined.
We are going to see an attempt at an engage. Looks like they popped maybe a smite on the Gragas in order to make sure they secure that. Still has nothing available. KitKat gonna take a lot of damage. Neversaw and KitKat does not have the damage on the ultimate. Neversaw picks up the kill and continues the pressure. They're gonna have to send someone else down there. They do have Heiko on the way. Meanwhile, Brissy in a bit of a bad spot. There's the stun. Gets the airborne. Unstoppable for a moment. There's an explosive cast. Gets a tower shot off of it as well. There's the engage. Boy Wife is gonna pick up Proton. It's just Heiko against 2 down here. We've seen how that's happened in the past, but it looks like they will back away thanks to those minions, and thanks to the fact that they're probably about to lose their top lane turret, inhibitor turret, and maybe the inhibitor in exchange for that bottom lane turret.
For sure. Heiko faring pretty well now that he has the Bloodthirster completed as well as the Essence Reaver. Just infinite mana, so much healing. It doesn't really matter if he gets poked down by the Yasuo because he can just full heal off of every wave. I do want to compliment real quick my hot daddy that flash that he just did. He was able to flash into the Gragas E to body block it so that Gragas didn't move at all, couldn't go over the wall, and just had to die to the combo there. So just a really, really heads up flash to deny that escape.
It's not every time that you want to throw yourself in the way of an attack, but that is one of those moments where it's just keeping a cool head, knowing the best options you have in order to attack your target. Things are continuing to stay pretty calm, pretty quiet across the map there. Do have KitKat down to the bottom side of the map, Yasuo up in the top lane with the Gwen. Otherwise, most of the efforts are focused around the middle.
For sure, I mean, with the Baron being up, I think TG is plenty strong to where they can start pressuring towards this objective. Yes, there's a little bit of vision around, but I think they're a much stronger team. I'd love to see them start this objective and get the game rolling.
Keep an eye on that bottom side of the map. Looks like they are going to go ahead and bring the Garen up because he does not have the TP in order to join the fight. There's the engage. Spins on the back line. Great lockup. Setup's going to be the one to get the final kill there. They continue to pressure this mid lane tower. With one eliminated, it's the perfect time, it seems, to go for this Baron.
Yeah, and a beautiful flash from KitKat there. Was able to flash over the Gragas body slam and immediately silence the Yasuo with his Q.
Honestly, I think this is the first time I've seen another Garen player in Summit and was impressed. They're going to go ahead and pick up that Baron Nashor, now have that pressure. In the meantime, the Gwen did pick up a turret. There is some downside to this, but has the needlework available. It's going to use that to get an elimination. More importantly, a shutdown. Garen will turn the tables. but it might be too little too late on all of that gold going over. Dragon is going to be coming up again shortly, and as a reminder to all of our folks at home, it is a soul. Once again, this is the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinals with Glovely and Juan. Ganking Private Ryan taking on the Gauntlet in Game 3. Stops. The odds are tied up here as we take on this Ocean Dragon. Looks like this is going to be going over to Ganking Private Ryan unless a miracle happens. Looks like it's not.
Red team has slain
And I mean, Ganking Private Ryan did just buy themselves an extra 5 minutes. With their comp and how much gold has been thrown at the Gwen, is a lot of time. This is very crucial. If they had given over that soul, the game would be in a completely different point. But right now they have 5 extra minutes to keep winning Gwen fed, and she's already winning like 1v2s a lot of times. So it's a really good sign that she's getting ahead, as the stream is lagging for me here.
I have a bit of a freeze here as well.
I'm assuming one of the players paused then?
Most likely at this point. Oh, there we go. Okay.
It just had to catch up for a second, I guess. It just had to think. Very odd, but we're all good as Kit Kat.
Ooh, takes a lot of damage, but that's Garen for you. Does have those extra resistances to survive. Never saw. He's just gonna wipe out this Lily on the opposite side of the map, getting a shutdown for herself. Her stack and shut down.
And that's just even more gold over towards the Gwen. She's doing so much damage. They're already level 17. And TG just still have not sent multiple people to match her yet. It seems like they're just ignoring the threat, and that worries me.
Well, I mean, who do you send to match her, right? Like, looking at this team lineup, you kind of have to send the Garen if anyone else, but he doesn't have the teleport, so if you send the Garen, he's not able to join fights on the other side of the team. Like, you've already proven that you can't send your support or your jungler there. Setup's doing an okay job as Kit Kat tries to come around from the backside. There's the True Shot Barrage is immune.
Gwen with the Hollowed Mist is just immune to getting killed ever.
Basically means everything but melee attacks. Meanwhile, Red Turret goes down, but so does Proton. Boy, what? Doing an excellent job there. We see the TP on the back line. Never saw. Trying to find her opening. Looks like she is going to run into setup and decide to back off. Brissy is coming around the backside, but is not going to commit to anything yet. We do not have any dragons available. Kind of just a game of pressure. We do see that top lane has been shoved out to prevent it from being an issue despite the inhibitor being down. So they'll have a little time before they need to retreat and deal with that big old wave that's coming in towards their tower.
Definitely not. We see both teams kind of just staring at each other, fighting over vision. We do see that My Hot Daddy and the Lilia is over in his blue side, clearing camps. So I'm sure we won't see a fight as the teams just go back to clearing their waves.
I mean, at this point, you kind of just have to wait for the big objectives, right? Because you don't want big team fights that you can't handle. Things are fairly even in spite of everything. Only a 5k gold lead over to the side of the Gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, GPR just wants to buy as much time as possible for Gwen to be in these side lanes and really start pressuring. And on the reverse side of the table, on the flip side, that's the phrase, TG really just wants to, I think, force a fight, force a 5v4, and hopefully win before Gwen can either TP in or walk over.
I mean, that's one way to get the turret tables turning. But we will go ahead and focus back on the game here. There's a lot of pressure around the mid lane. They are going to send the Gwen back as Garen goes to receive that generous offering there in the bottom lane. I'm just trading their pressure back and forth between the Gwen and the Garen on either of the side lanes as everyone else hangs around in mid lane looking to see if they can find an opportunity for a pick. Very slow. Brissy might have found an opportunity. Looks like My Hot is not quite enough to be caught out and is keeping an eye out for things. Everybody just too tanky, too healthy in order to be in any real danger right now.
Yep, just a lot of vision denial coming out from TG here as they try to clear all the wards in the bot side jungle and just set up for this dragon. Seeing them do that in a minute in advance is really, really good because it makes it so hard for ganking Private Ryan to walk in as a team, especially into this MF, especially into this Lilia. Face checking those rushes can mean a lot of damage if you're not sure who's in there. But in the meantime, this Gwen is still just constantly shoving this top lane, creating a ton of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the reverse of what we were talking about earlier with the Ornn, where Garen just constantly shoving in and is able to roam. Now the tables have the tables have turned. I'm gonna go ahead and use it again, because the Gwen has access to teleport. Garen does not have that ability. Likes to have that ignite to make sure he can get those early kills. Those two. Looks like they are meeting there on the bottom side of the map, but in the meantime, this is going to be a dragon fight breaking out. Dragon has been provoked. Like Gragas looking over the wall to try and find an opening. Boy Wife on the other side to try and intercept. There's the explosive cast. It's going to be still taken. Going to keep a hold of it there. Bullet time comes out through the back line. Is it going to be enough? There's the knock-up. There's the follow-up. Ryan doing an incredible job on this Yasuo. Setup now forced to flash over the wall. Arcane shifts as well. Stay alive a bit longer. It looks like the two AD carries will survive. Meanwhile, never saw. No! The needlework does so much damage.
Libcat unfortunately not able to get the big Demacia button out in time, and Neversaw picks up another solo kill in that top lane. Not a great trade overall, though. It is good to get that kill, but your team loses the Ocean Drake for it, as Neversaw didn't TP and didn't walk to that Drake. That could be game defining.
Yeah, I'll take a death on the Garen in exchange for a dragon for your team. And that is going to be the soul in particular, so extra regeneration for your entire squad across the map. Production is informing us that Proton was down for that dragon fight. I remember seeing him on the back side. So he did...
Neversaw's TP was down, so that was my mistake.
Neversaw's TP was down. You wouldn't necessarily be able to take this, but anyway, objective bounty is claimed, but that's going to be the Baron, so they'll go ahead and pick that back up. Follow the forge god comes through. Does clip onto Boy Wife. Looks like that bullet time is just tickling, not doing nearly enough damage to be that big of a threat. Boy Wife dodging out of the way of the rocket grab. And now with that Baron buff, they're going to go ahead and barrel down the mid lane. And I do mean barrel. There is a Gragas leading the way. Go ahead and grab that first tower. Not a whole lot to contest him on the second. Trying to find
GPR might look to end here. They have another wave coming, and they have this Baron buff, and they have all 5 people here. This is a very dangerous position to be in, as they are walking up looking for it.
It's going to be about 20 seconds. The team has to hold on that long before the other members will be available. They do still have the towers. Garen is shredding through the health bars. Gets another ultimate. Ryan will go down. Rissy will go down. They do lose a tower, but they're going to keep their game going. A triple kill for the Garen. All that armor shred. Now they're going to commit that TP to the top lane. They're going to go to try and shove that wave in.
Setup is also now trying to shove in, and we'll look to get at least the inhib. With 30 seconds on death timers, he might be able to just end by himself here. I think they might have it, as the whole team's just going to run, and Heiko should just walk past this mid-tier 1. It seems that as close as GPR got, they ended up throwing the game. 16 seconds on Gragas. It's going to be very, very close, but I'm not sure he'll spawn in time. 3 members are already here.
And those 3 members are, of course, like the 80 carries in the Garen. They have plenty of attack speed, plenty of attack damage. It's going to be very close. Here comes the Gragas. He throws the explosive cast, but there's the spin. There's the win. That's going to be the game for the Gauntlet.
They say it's not over till the fat lady sings. In this case, it was over when the fat man died. What a victory coming out from TG, as they clutch up and are able to run it back down into the enemy base and take the win.
But hey, it is a best of 5 series, and we're only 2-1 at this point. So we'll go ahead and take a quick break, but then we'll see you back for Game 4 of the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinals. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinals. I'm Glovely, joined by Juan, and we're here for Game 4 of the series between Ganking Private Ryan and the Gauntlet. The Gauntlet are currently up 2-1, and we're already in the draft phase for Game 4.
Yeah, I last game had 5 melee champs against I'm trying to think, what was it? 4 range champs, and the range champs came out on top, so I'm curious to see how they transition from a chaotic draft like last game to this series, as the same 6 bands are in place once again as per usual. No team switching
Okay,
it up, nobody's afraid of anything.
well, there are a few champions that are going to be shoved out of the way here a little earlier than they normally would be. The Nocturne and the Victor coming out a bit early. Lilia is going to be the first pickup for GPR. Meanwhile, the Gauntlet are going to go ahead and have their first 2 picks here. But we've seen that deer doing a lot of damage out on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean the Lilia has looked really strong every game that's played, so makes sense that it's picked up early. STG are looking to pick the
Ash.
Ash. Yeah, very strong AD carry, lots of vision control. You can spot at the Lilia, which is really strong, and then obviously Ash has her R and her slowing auto is just a ton of utility.
I mean, I can't really argue. It's just a fantastic all-around AD carry. Like, yeah, you don't have a ton of mobility, but you don't necessarily need to. She can also swap into that support role, so you've got a little bit of flex there. One more champion available here for the Gauntlet. We're gonna see it in just a moment. Briar. Okay.
The Briar lock-in is uh, interesting. I'm not a big fan of Briar myself. How do you feel about Briar, Glovely?
Well, I'm not super into feet, but joking aside, um, she's a very one-dimensional champion and can be punished very easily if you have a tank. It looks like Caitlyn and Yumi are going to be locked in on the other side, so no worries about about any tank. We did see this Caitlyn Yumi duo be absolutely devastating earlier in game 2.
I will say Caitlyn traps are especially dangerous for the Briar. She's very predictable in the way which she walks, and it's very easy to get her to run onto a trap, I believe. You can
Yeah,
place one under her while she's in the middle of her E, her scream. So a lot of counterplay for the Caitlyn into the Briar.
good call there. Hui is going to be picked up on the other side. We saw that champion be a pretty strong support as well. So, regardless of whether it's going mid or support, or even in some sort of AP carry role in the bot lane, overall, excellent choice there. Moving on into the second phase of banning, Yone is once again being taken off the board. 3 more available. Let's see what we get. Vagar again, not too surprising, great scaling champion, really shuts down your dash gameplay and controls a huge space with that E, with the baby cage, the primordial. No, it's the Event Horizon or something like that. I need to
Event
like,
Horizon, this is R, I
oh dear.
believe.
No, the R is
No.
Primordial Burst.
Yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right.
Yeah,
Event Horizon's the cage, I think.
that's what I'm trying to talk about. There we go. Speaking of more bans, Kaisa is going to be taken off the field as well. That usually signals that you're trying to play something tanky and you don't want an AD carry that's going to rip through it. A little bit surprising to see being taken off when there's already an AD carry on the board. I mean, I guess you could play her mid, but wouldn't be my
Uh,
choice. And then Ezreal.
Yep, I mean, TG played a really strong Ezreal mid, so it makes sense that you want to ban that out. Again, just get them off comfort, get them off of a champ that they played really well on, and Ezreal's just strong all around.
2 more champions left for either team. The Gauntlet are going to pick up their second to last pick here. It is going to be the Lux. We did see in early on that was such a powerful champion with the lockdown, with the long range damage that she offered for her team. So as long as you don't get an early game Jin Zhao gank, you should be pretty good.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what GPR pick mid into the Lux, because last time they struggled quite a bit in this matchup, so picking something a little stronger in lane might be helpful.
2 champions left. Let's see who we got. What's going to be the Poppy? Does provide a lot of defense against, at the very least, the Briar stun if you can time that W well, or just be immune to it for a short while. Come to think of it, I don't think it stops Briar's ultimate. I'm pretty sure that makes her unstoppable.
Yeah, it does not stop the ultimate, but it will stop her W dash, the initial cast of it, and the Q.
Okay, well, that at the very least is going to be helpful for the Poppy. And one more pick, and it's going to be Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, joins the Rift.
This is, I mean, somewhat unrelated, but I'm a big fan of Grass Brazier, so I'm really hoping we get to see the Grass Brazier just because I think it's
Grasp is.
funny watching him stack the
Oh
grass from a
no.
mile away with his soldiers.
Wait, you're right because it's an on hit effect. Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
I never
you
thought
can
of
proc it.
that.
Yeah,
I
they go
hate
like a
that.
tank. They go a tank field pretty often. You go like Leandry into just like a bunch of different health items into like Zanya stuff like that. Become an
Well,
Arbot, but
speaking of emperors, he's not the Emperor of Shurima, but he is the Emperor of Brazil. Mordekaiser are going to be picked up on the other side of the field. So overall, how are we feeling about these team compositions?
I think pretty good. I think GPR's Poppy is a really strong pick because Poppy can so easily knock away the Briar and turn a fight into a 5v4 if she charges up the ult. Uh, and at that same note, Mordekaiser, I don't think there's anybody that can really fight him inside of his ult. So if they play well, he's just going to be a massive threat in any team fight.
I
I
think
think
you got
overall, I favor TG's draft because I think they just have a little more coordinated CC with the Ashar, the Hui follow up, the Lux, everything. Seems a
yeah.
little bit better to me.
I mean, the one thing I'm worried about on the side of GPR is that a lot of their champions are extremely vulnerable, right? Like you've got the Poppy in the front line, but aside from that, Yumi's health bar is basically non-existent. Lilia is pretty squishy as a champion. I mean, unless you're gonna pull out like a Rod of Ages build on the Lilia, you're not exactly gonna get a ton of bulk out of this team. Or
Yeah,
I guess
I
you could play
agree.
the Grass Vizier.
Yeah, it's. I think it's just going to come down to how hard Caitlyn stomps because if they're able to win lane as hard as they did last time, the Caitlyn can be a real threat, and that's going to be their win con. And I think both junglers need to be aware of that and need to be playing around that. But I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and take a quick break as the teams get into game, but we'll see you here soon for Game 4 of the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinals. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Summit Esports Premier League Quarterfinals. I'm Glovely and I'm joined by Juan as we go through Game 4 of Ganking Private Ryan versus the Gauntlet, with the Gauntlet up 2-1.
Welcome back. And I'm glad to be back, honestly. Thank you for the wonderful intro, as always, Lovely. I haven't said that yet, so I just want to make sure I got to it. We see both teams
thank
doing
you
a
so
5-point
much.
as
That's
standard.
flattering.
Yeah, of course. You gotta make sure you get your props too. Both teams just playing a relatively safe beginning. And I do want to call out, we're seeing Ryan on the Lily of this game. And for anybody that's new or hasn't been paying too much attention, he has been playing AD carry typically for the side of TG. Or sorry, Ganking Private Ryan. So seeing him in jungle and seeing Proton switch down to the bot lane is a bit of a difference.
5-point stance. My Heart trying to walk up and maybe find something.
Minions have spawned.
Just gonna walk in, find Thalilia, does not engage. Probably for the best.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see if Ryan's going to try to interrupt the Lilia clear. Because if she does start W on the red buff, which it looks like she's going to, if you walk into her radius, she will aggro on you and walk away from the red buff. It's very, very easy to interrupt her clear. But it looks like Ryan's not going to worry about it and just going to start on his blue buff instead.
Time, look at this. Boy, what Psycho maybe trying to set something up. They're not aware. Here they come.
This is Ash level 1.
Give them a slow. This is that level 1. Heiko putting the slows down. Boy, was doing so much damage as well. We saw this way. Just how good it can be. Looks like they don't have nearly enough damage to be able to follow up on that. Oh, on the top lane, Kaibi taking a lot of damage. Does not yet have that W available. So great trade from the Poppy. A great call by Brissy.
For sure. I do want to mention, I don't think Vossler has missed a Yumi Q. Well, as I say it, that one hits a minion, but
It's
up until this point,
time.
the Prowling projectile accuracy has been very high across the 2 games it's been played.
There it goes, missing as well, but
It's just a caster
me making
curse.
fun of you
Classic.
aside, oh my goodness, look at that Proton taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, and you really hate to see this if you're the Caitlyn here. Yeah, this is a champ that typically wants to have prio.
A bit of a dip to see him off of the jungle position. Oh my Heart coming in behind, never saw. There's the engagement, stunned up, forced the flash away.
The shifting sands does get interrupted there, as Briar body blocks.
The movement, he will get backed up by Ryan here for some extra damage. Oh, but there's the lockup. You can't block the light binding.
Briar does Q onto the red buff by accident there.
So is thankfully able to avoid the Briar. Looks like Ryan will survive for the time being. Ooh. Does not have access to the light yet either. Oh, good catch on the Yumi. Great damage onto both of them. Gonna force them back under tower and force them back to base.
And Caitlyn did blow her flash there while we were watching that fight at the red buff. So a rough start to this Caitlyn lane.
He's actually going to go ahead and commit to the couple. Interesting. Going to try and take this a bit slower rather than picking fights. Very different play style than what we saw from, I believe, Tycho earlier.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, sometimes when you have 450 gold on the back, call is just the best thing you can buy in early game. A little bit of extra health helps you survive the poke from the Ash W from the way. You know, just a decent purchase overall. Nothing you can complain about. And like you mentioned, just plenty of free gold. Slow it down, Caitlyn will scale up. She's still very strong in the late game, so call is always good.
I mean, she's kind of that weird champion where she dips in the middle and she doesn't get ahead early. The middle game just kind of doesn't exist for her. That's fine. She could just go ahead and continue scaling up as we continue on for this game here. Nothing too exciting across the map. A little bit of trading going on back and forth between all the lanes.
For sure, and we see Neversaw in these here actually up CS against the Lux in the mid lane here, in the mid lane matchup here, which is it's quite good because I believe Lux is supposed to win out a little bit with her poke damage as setup walks up and gets a heavy trade onto Neversaw.
Yeah, great poke. He gets that fleet footwork proc as well, so when heal him her. She will heal herself up with that. There we go. Thank you, Brain. as we're
All
moving
good.
on. It's game 4. I'm gonna get a little tired here. Teleport is gonna be used to get Lux back to lane. His prowling projectile tries to find a target. Does not look like it's gonna hit. Pretty hard to lock down the Caitlyn when she's got good vision.
Yeah, I mean the Caitlyn has to use her 90 caliber net and just jump backwards, but the wave's pushing into her, so it's not the end of the world. She'll miss 1, maybe 2 minions at most, and we'll just get to relax under her tower as the wave comes to her to collect.
Meanwhile, the
I
rest
will
of the
say,
world-
Setup's TP back to mid lane did force Neversol to recall, since he had taken that heavy trade prior, as KitKat is in Brazil with Brishi here.
Oh, come back to Brazil, my friend. Is not able to keep it going. Oh, no, he does get the proc. He gets the additional bonus. Does not want to attempt a tower dive. Probably for the best.
With the Briar running Tucker, they might look to die. Nope, Briar's just going to do the grubs instead. Again, opting for the safe play here. I think there's a chance they could try to dive the Poppy. She is quite low and then go to the grubs, but my hot daddy says, nope, I'm just going to grab the guaranteed gold instead and just going to go for the objective.
I mean, it's the quarterfinals and the series is on the line here. Gauntlet does have a two-game lead here. Victory could grant them the entire series, so we will have to watch out for that. Gonna go ahead and trade back and forth. Void grubs for the dragon. Pretty standard trade. Ryan actually taking a lot of damage, forced to flash out of the way of the final spark.
Yeah, again, just a really heads-up rotation from all of TG there as they're able to catch out Ryan on that Drake and force his flash out as he has to run away. My hot daddy also taking that as an advantage to steal away Lilia's red buff. What a great opportunity to counter jungle, and it just capitalized on his boy wife. Could be in trouble here.
Taking a lot of damage cut off from his AD carry. Dodge away and put some pretty good damage back on Proton as well.
Yep, collects a free Dark Harvest stack, and boy wife forces the Caitlyn to actually recall as Ryan is covering their wave here. Both very low if they get spotted out. Yeah, it's crazy that no one's died yet. That's a really good point, actually. Though with the Ashe hitting 6 into the way hitting 6, those combination vaults can be very, very dangerous because if one hits, the other is basically guaranteed.
Okay,
And
we're still waiting on the Hui, so don't get too excited.
that's true, but it'll happen sooner than you think. It's definitely just something to keep in mind. Yeah.
So Setup's gonna go ahead and continue to keep this pushed up. Both of them using their abilities to try and shove each other in. Slight advantage to the Lux, who does have a bit more mana to work with. Overall, things are pretty calm here. There is a 1k gold lead going over to the side of the Gauntlet, so slight advantage to them, but definitely not anything to write home about.
Yep, most of that gold lead just in the bot lane, as you'd expect, as they have a massive CS advantage down there, and then Wei, I'm assuming, is a bit farther into the support item than the Yuumi is.
Prowling projectile doing a lot more damage than you'd think it would.
Yeah, it's definitely an ability that hurts. Pretty messed up that you can just drive it with your mouse. Very hard to miss, but you know, doing infinite damage.
Okay, there's some action. There's the Lilting Lullaby, flashes course underneath the tower, but here comes Briar. Big fear. Final spark for the team. Doesn't manage to catch Ryan, but it doesn't matter. My hot is still on top. Neversol is forced to retreat. She's being shoved through the wrong jungle. Here comes the Ashe Arrow, barely dodges. That was terrifying. Looks like she's just gonna try and execute on that back tower there. There she goes.
She does get the execute. Unfortunately, whiffed on the Emperor's Divide there, as KitKat does.
Oh.
Interesting interaction there.
Relocate out of Brazil, I guess. He's gonna force the Mordekaiser back and survive through the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, they just go all for all, but I'm sure Mort's pretty happy with that as he has a massive HP advantage, and Poppy is running quite low on mana, especially since she did not pick up a tier to help out with the lane phase. So Mort going to be able to pressure plates here as Briar once again topside. Could we see the fabled dive finally occurring? But it looks like they don't want to go for it.
I wouldn't go in for it on the Poppy unless you have some sort of executability. Especially at her lower health, those bonuses that she gets just makes her way too tanky to risk the dive.
For sure. I mean, I think Briar's W execute definitely helps with that damage, though.
Not get caught.
But regardless, they're just going to reset, and it looks like they're going to try to take the grubs here as Heiko and Boywife are going to take down the first tower of the game here at 11 minutes. That gives them plenty of time to rotate either mid or top and get more plates towards themselves.
Not to mention that dragon is going to be coming up shortly, and Lily is already in the area, but you are missing out on those void grubs that my Hot happily going to pick up for the team. 11 minutes into the game, Britt's going to take a little bit of poke damage there. We're setting up for our second dragon of the game. Void grubs taking a little bit of time to get down. There we go.
Yeah, Ash going the static shiv first as well, which is such a strong item right now. It gives you so much wave control in team fights. It's massive. The damage it does is just insane. Constant poke through waves, so people can't really walk up to contest you ever. It's very, very strong item to pick up for Heiko, especially when you're trying to win the game early like an Ash wants to.
See the Caitlyn trying to come up, so the early wards being set around the area of the Dragon Pit. Brissy doing a little trade back and forth with Kid Cat. Ooh, actually really good damage forces the shield to come out on the bum side. Oh, no, it doesn't matter. Mordekaiser. You got Mordekaisered. Gonna go ahead.
Cat picks up the solo.
Meanwhile, that's the Lilting Lullaby expended. Never saw. Picks up an elimination onto Heiko.
Yeah, I mean, a really good pick. We didn't get to see how it started, but we did get to see how it ended, and Heiko got caught out, had to flash, but still got killed by the Azir.
And it's still a 2v3, and it looks like they are just going to go ahead and give the dragon up to MyHot, so no engagement happening here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely scary to fight. Even after you pick the Ashe, your team is still down 3k gold, and while the players don't know the exact value, I'm sure they know they're not in a great position, so giving over the dragon makes sense. You don't want to throw the entire game at 12 minutes.
Probably not. They're going to go ahead and pick that up. Gauntlet pleased to get their first dragon. It will be an ocean rift as we see the water spreading out across the rift to make plants grow. See that extra brush sprouting up everywhere. Neptune now setting up here, up against two. Those void grubs doing a lot of damage to her turret. She is shooting back safely. You're just gonna give up a couple of plates. Meanwhile, Percy just kind of ejects Mordekaiser. Interesting decision is just gonna try and shove up those minions. Maybe give himself a little bit more time to work.
Yeah, it looked like she just wanted to get Mort away, especially since he has a whole level advantage, and just Poppy, I'm assuming he's gonna look to recall here. No, she's gonna set out her turret. Very interesting choice from the ult there. I do want to mention, I think it being Ocean Rift and an Ocean Soul is very good for Mordekaiser and Briar because it makes them very, very hard to kill with all the health regen that they'll have. So I'd want to see TG start to prioritize getting these dragons here as soon as they spawn.
And not just prioritize getting the dragons, but maybe getting a little grievous wounds as well. It can be a little challenging sometimes to handle champions without that grievous wounds to reduce their healing.
Yeah, I agree. I think for sure GPR should pick up some grievous wounds. Briar just on her base kit heals so much. Mord will start healing a lot as the game goes on if he picks up any Omnivamp on the Riftmaker item. His Conqueror already heals a ton, you know, his W. A decent amount of healing, so I think anti-heal is a genius idea to go for.
Looks like right now they're just going to try and get this turret down. Great damage on the Proton Plat. They do cleanse through both abilities. Well done. Well timed. Looks like Briar Ryan is going to give up on the engagement. Whoa, that's scary.
Very, very close on ult there. I think that would have been a little bit bad if Briar actually hit that. I think Caitlyn might have died, but I'm assuming she would have executed to the tower shortly after, especially with Ryan in the area. So it seems for the best that ult went a little bit wide.
Well, Gauntlet sitting here with a 4K gold lead right now. They are going to pick up that Rift Herald and will have it available to drop into one of the lanes. Good engage there. Catches Myhot against the wall, but does not have any Thorn Mail. Oh, that's so dangerous. Myhot is... Oh! Oh no! That's going to be the trade.
Brissy with the outplay there. Using the W to stop the jump from the Q, and Briar going to execute to the turret instead after flashing in. I mean, that's a really good way to turn that situation around.
I mean, that's something that we talked about in the earlier stages of the game, is that Briar is a very predictable champion. You can block some of her abilities with that W. Maybe not great for the lane matchup, but definitely great for the team matchup.
Blue team's turret.
100%, and I mean, she just made a great example of it right there. As Neversaw, looking out at Heiko here, has the Emperor's Divide.
Doesn't pop it yet. Trigger C just slides by, and Heiko dodges out of the way. Setup is going to go ahead and clean in a little bit of damage. Does not connect with the light binding. Just being forced to retreat.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate since Neversaw didn't have the flash there. She had used her dash to get close, but had no other way to gap close to get in for that ultimate, so she just kind of has to throw in a couple autos and walk away.
Looks like a couple of TPs are going to be expended on that bottom side of the map, so it'll be Neversaw and Kid Cat down there.
Yep, Neversaw does need to be a little bit careful. This Mord has Rylized and has the Haunting Guys. A lot of damage, a lot of slows, and if you get inside of that Mordekaiser ult, that Death Realm, it is just so hard to win that fight. He will just kick your ass.
I mean, it also cuts you off from all of your... Oh, hold on a moment. There goes the Lilting Lullaby on the backline. I don't think Ash is getting out of this one. Ico, there's the burn. Got him. Meanwhile, looks like Boy Wife is retreating on the backside. Does get some good chip down, or trying to. Meanwhile, stun on the wall. Kid Cat gonna take a lot of damage from this Caitlyn. Chunk them out. Boy Wife is still retreating. Neversaw is still pursuing.
Neversaw did burn her flash there to chase the way. Does get the kill with the Emperor's Divide under the turret.
We look away.
As Boy Wife also falls mid lane. Or sorry, Boy Wife fell top lane. It was My Hot Daddy that fell mid lane. My mistake.
Okay, well, they will go ahead and pick this up. GPR gonna grab that turret and the dragon, as they currently have dragon priority. No real way to contest them with your jungler unconscious.
Red team's turret has been
There we
destroyed.
go, they'll pick up that.
The time is now.
And I mean, honestly, that was a really good play from GPR. They just punished the Gauntlet squad for walking up a bit too far, walking up when they couldn't. Were able to pick up a couple kills and are getting a dragon because of it. Just, again, a really heads-up play, well coordinated, and they were rewarded for it.
Yeah, closing the gold gap. It's now down to only 1k gold lead, plus the additional stats that we are not seeing. But they will go ahead and lose a tower in exchange, but I'd say that dragon might be the better trade for it.
As they, speaking of that gold lead, getting a dragon's nice, but that is 700 extra gold onto your Ashe, as they do drop the Rift Herald mid here. Briar's driving in, which is a bit of a dangerous decision, as Ryan could be caught out with the Ashar.
Oh, it's dangerous.
Blue team's
Does
turret
dash around. There's a final spark.
And unfortunately, Heiko just aimed the Enchanted Crystal Arrow too well, and Ryan gets hit by it and just falls. Tried his best to kite it out, but
That
Ash just runs you
ultimate
down.
ability is not okay.
Which, Lux or Ashe?
Ash, I mean, like, imagine, like, it's a global stun with a really low cooldown that also can do a ton of damage. Here's Ace in the Hole, another ultimate, which has a little bit more counterplay to it. They are able to go ahead and block that. Not a ton of damage coming up from the Ashe, or pardon, from the Caitlyn this game.
Yeah, I agree. Ash ult is definitely very, very high impact. If the champion did anything else, that would be nice, but you know, being an ult bot is always good. It's kind of like Jhin. You're there. You're a part of the team.
Come on, you're like a utility champion. You just got the infinite slow effect. Like, it's a good setup. Now, speaking of a good setup, setup might not be doing so good. Never saw it's gonna jump on him. Shut down for the bird, for the Emperor of Shurima.
Yeah, I mean, a really, really good play from Neversaw there. Just patiently sitting in the bush, waits for setup to face check, and just immediately punishes and picks up the solo kill. The Baron is spawned now, so we should see both teams starting to play around that as Heiko gets back to mid lane looking to push this out.
20 minutes, not a ton of vision over there. Just a couple of wards in the area. But I don't think either team is willing to commit to that unless they know the other's jungler is dead.
Very true. I do want to mention, Neversaw on the Azir is going Banshee's Zeal second, so really trying to avoid that enchanted crystal arrow from cross-map sniping her.
Rampage.
Probably a good call. Proton plant player does end up getting some chunkage onto the opposing support. Neversaw taking a little bit low. That's dangerous. Enchanted crystal arrow finds the wrong target, but Ryan still gets stunned up.
Neversaw also picked up a kill onto My Hot Daddy in the side lane there, so this Azir is getting very, very strong. 8 Darksteel stacks as well. We might even see a Magi purchase.
I mean, you got it. Want it.
I completely agree. I'm a big Magi fan. I would love to see that. It just shows so much confidence. I feel like, you know, not to be like a TikTok head or anything. I don't have the app installed, but you know, your aura goes up when you buy the Magi.
That's a TikTok thing? Like, when I hear
Probably.
about auras, I think about, like, faith healers and crystals and stuff. I think about hippies, not TikTok. Okay. I am definitely out of touch with the times.
Fantastic bit. Getting back to the game.
Focusing on...
Neversaw, level 15, very close to the level 16. Azir ult on a very short cooldown once you get there and just shoving these waves constantly. KitKat looking to see if they can catch Neversaw out there, but unable to as Neversaw is ever so careful.
One thing I do want to point out is that Dragon is going to be coming up very shortly. We already have a couple of folks in the area setting up their wards. So keep an eye on that as the teams start to coordinate towards the bottom side of the map.
Yep, Ashe has also picked up her second item, the Kraken Slayer, very, very high DPS item. And I'm sure they're looking to fight around her now because she will start to output crazy DPS, especially when her Q is active in these fights.
Some of these fights get a little scary. Ace in the hole just going to come out to chunk Heiko a bit. It does about a quarter of the health bar, so not a bad thing to have happen. Bit of damage onto Boy Wife as well. They are picking out the dragon. They are sending the Ashe back, however. Kershaw is also not in the area, but does have the teleport available. KitKat takes a ton of hope from that engagement. There it is.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder from the Lord there just to try to walk past the Azir as Boy Wife trying to defend this dragon as best he can, set up with the cross, but they do see set up on a ward.
Okay, trying to find the engage here. Both of these teams being so careful. Looks like, at least for the time being, it does look like go ahead and give that over to the Gauntlet. Trying to test that. I think that's the better call here.
I agree. Your Azir wants to push as Ward is going to R through the Emperor's Divide. Really well timed by KitKat here.
Dodge.
Neversaw could be in danger.
Who's the superior Emperor? Wait. Mordekaiser are gonna go ahead and get that shut down. Might be caught out with more than he can chew. Proton Flat
TP coming in from setup here.
do see Brian on the backside. There's the engage as well. Mordekaiser gets out, but now Proton is in a dangerous spot. They're going to go ahead and turn things around on Brissy. Heiko in the back line. Going to get chased by Ryan. Brissy's now trying to catch up with the team. Is not able to thanks to that route. I cannot believe only 2 people died in that entire exchange. So 1 for 1.
Yeah, Briar just a little overzealous with the ult. Hits it, but uses her E a little bit late and just gets cut down as she tries to run away. Mord with a great solo kill over onto Neversaw on the Azir there. Azir burned Flash to try to get away. A bit greedily, honestly, got Bluetooth autoed as she flashed away, and ended up dying to the Mord solo.
25 minutes into the game. Once again, we've got 2 dragons either side, and the Baron is up. Neither of these teams have been making any overt moves towards it. It is still an objective to be thinking about.
For sure. I think we're just going to see what we've been seeing the past couple games, where they're just going to keep shoving mid, and they're going to keep playing for these vision in these bushes near these side lanes. Both teams seem to be very, very vision heavy with how they play.
It's a lot calmer, a lot slower than the previous game, right? Where we just had constant aggression across the map. I think these teams are starting to feel not just the weight of the stamina and the pressure that's on them, but just the knowledge that this could be the final game of the series, that somebody's going to go home after this.
Right, yeah. TG is just trying to, play safe. They're in a decent spot. They still have a gold lead even though they're down in kills. They just need to, get the soul, stay together, play as a team, and they can win and go home. And then obviously, Ganking Private Ryan is just sitting here trying not to get eliminated. So, like you said, both teams playing a little safe just to make sure they get the conclusion that they want. And then on top of that, as you play the series longer, you get the nerves go away a little bit, and it becomes easier to play. So a lot fewer flips as people become more comfortable in the game.
I would hope not to relax either. There is a lot on the line, as said. And if you relax a little too early, you could get punished for it. That's the breaks in tournament play. So we'll see whether there's going to be an overconfidence or an underconfidence. Things are still pretty slow. Both teams just going to farm up a little bit. They're waiting for some of those major objectives. Baron is noticed, but not going to be signaled by either team.
Now Azir did just pick up the death cap, so a major spike towards Neversaw there as she walks back on to this bot lane. And honestly, I think TG needed to make something happen, because if they don't, this Azir is just going to scale up. As Caitlyn is starting to get strong too. She's already at 2 items, working on her 3rd. If you don't find a good fight, if you don't get these objectives before these champions are strong, I do think they get a little bit outscaled.
Definitely. I mean, just a little bit here. Sorry, trying to find topics is both teams are keeping sort of an eye on that top side of the map. Scuttle is over towards that red side, towards the Gauntlet, so they have a little more vision. So there we go. There's a dragon coming up. Somebody's going to be at soul point by the end of this fight.
For sure. 45 seconds to dragon. Looks like a lot of people are recalling. A bit late to recall for a dragon, but not the end of the world. Not a lot of vision set up, so Heiko could be in a little bit of danger here. He doesn't see Lily in the bush. Is able to dodge the bowling ball.
So it's going to trade away his ultimate for that. Probably a worthwhile trade to save his life. So good call there. Does mean he doesn't have that ultimate available for this upcoming fight. Meanwhile,
Exactly. Just constantly pushing, putting up this Azir turret to get you guaranteed bot prio as this dragon spawns. Now I'm curious to see if the Gauntlet are going to try to walk into this fight here with My Hot Daddy, possibly face shaking into an Azir.
Possibly, potentially, nothing is yet proven though. There's the engage. Ryan is able to dance away, and in the meantime, Neversaw gets taken to Brazil, jumps around the backside to avoid the Mordekaiser. Great use of that. Double kill for the Caitlyn over the walls. These jungles are not safe for you to fight in without the mobility to be able to handle this. Lily is going to go ahead and pick that up. Here's the final chapter. Kit Kat flashes over the wall, is able to escape, but now it's Setup who's the target of the aggression. They're going to force Brissy away, and they will survive. But at what cost? There's the TP, never saw it going across the other side of the map. Start shoving this in with that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, a good fight all around from King Private Ryan. They all just played their part, did what they needed to do, picked up a couple kills, and picked up a dragon for it. Never saw with a great TP onto the top side. Here as Boy Wife tries to poke her down, but she's just gonna kind of eat that to the mouth and walk away.
Look at this, they're starting up the Baron. We do still have a jungler out on the field. My Hot revived after that last fight. They have vision on it. Will they take it? No, they're gonna go ahead and back off here. Ultimate ace in the hole. Let's come out and just half damage to Boy Wife.
For sure. This is kind of a dangerous position for the Gauntlet to be in now. Their backs are kind of against the wall. They're down 3 dragons to 2. They're down 4 kills. Their gold lead has evaporated. And now Ganking Private Ryan also picked up a Baron. This is Veer's level 18. This Caitlyn's very strong. Just picked up her 3rd item. They're going to have to start getting a little bit creative, I think.
A little bit creative, maybe a little bit more assertive. We saw a lot of passivity between these two teams while we were waiting for that dragon and Baron to spawn.
Yeah, I agree. I think being proactive, especially when you pick the Ashe, the Briar, right? I think they need to just start working together and using this vision, these wards that they've been setting up all game, to try to find somebody with that ult and get an easy pick.
I don't think there's any easy picks in this game. Both teams prove to be quite dangerous. It's like Mordekaiser tries to take her to Brazil, is not able to do it. Emperor's Divide flings him back. Is going to survive, but pops the ultimate and pops the abilities. Does find My Hot in a dangerous position. Does not have that Emperor's Divide anymore. The Q lands. Does not kill, but Ryan will go ahead and sweep that up on the backside.
Yeah, story of this game, unfortunately. My Hot Daddy goes in at the tail end of a play and unfortunately usually ends up dying. The Briar pick not ending up how they had hoped, I would imagine.
That's rough for a play. Ryan is there. Does flash forward to try and get it, but a flash is answered in return. Doesn't matter if Wei does not have the mobility necessary. They're going to pick up another tower and continue pressuring down. There's the light binding cleansed out of to avoid the final spark. The pressure continues to mount. Look at this Azir. Look at her tearing through the towers. Go ahead and get a little bit of poke down in there, dodging the light binding thanks to, as you mentioned earlier, the extra spell shield. That's going to be an inhibitor turret. The ultimate misses, the second inhibitor turret. Ryan's in a bit of a dangerous spot, is forced to jump away. Wilting Lullaby keeps him alive. Neversaw is the one who picks up the kill. Speaking of Neversaw, in a bit of a dangerous spot here. Trying to stay safe around all of this. Shut down. Rima is in fact eternal. Living eternal at this point.
And a pretty slow game. Only 20 kills, which for these teams is basically 0. Is seeming to come to a close here as Neversaw dashing in once again.
Maybe a little too over-aggressive, but at this point her team can finish the job. Or can they? Might not be the case. Brissy! There we go. That is going to be it. It's going to be a 2-2 series, which means we're going to Game 5 at the Summit Esports.
Somebody play
Premier
Silver
League.
Scrapes.
Yeah, play that Silver Scrapes. This is going to be fabulous. So, much calmer, much slower game this time around. GPR pulling out a win, mostly off the backs of allowing that Azir to scale. We're going into one final match. Just your final thoughts on what you're expecting as we go into this last draft.
I'm hoping to see Neversaw pick the Azir again, and I'm hoping because of that, we see the Gauntlet ban it. Other than that, just don't play Ryer again, and I'm happy.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We will see you all after the break at the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinal. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinals. I'm Glovely, joined by Juan, and Ganking Private Ryan and the Gauntlet have gone toe to toe through this series. This is the game that decides it all, and they've already started draft.
Yeah, we're seeing the Talia go unbanned, and it is being immediately picked up by GPR as the Yumi got banned instead. They don't want to play against Caitlyn Yumi again, it would seem. And then Lilia actually getting banned by GPR, so TG is slamming the Nunu first pick, which is insanity, I think. I'm curious if we're going to see a full AP, just like Psychopath Nunu, or if we're going to see a more tame, but not tame at all, really, tank Nunu.
I mean, I love the Nunu myself. I've used it quite a few times in the custom games around here. Um, is a bit of a straightforward champion with the engages on that snowball. So I think the Talia is a good answer. The Vagar also left on the table is going to be picked up.
Yeah, I really early pick up the Veigar. The Veigar is normally banned 4-5, so they're just picking it up before it gets banned out. And the Soraka pickup by GPR, I believe, is just a direct Nunu counter, because you can drop the silence while the Nunu's snowballing, and it'll immediately stop the roll.
On top of that, you kind of force the opposing team to build Gravest Wounds, so your team just never dies. Jinx is going to be the answer on the other side. Kassadin immediately locked in.
Yeah, Kassadin has a pretty good lane phase into Veigar. Veigar has less early presence than Lux when we last saw the Kassadin, so definitely a possibility to steamroll in 1v9 the game as Seraphine is now getting banned up.
Well, she was pretty strong in that first game. I honestly didn't feel like she necessarily had the impact to warrant all these bans going towards her, but um, I mean, we do know that one encore can end a team fight, so probably a good call. Poppy going to be taken off the table as well. There goes the Lulu. One more champion to be banned.
I would take the Ornn ban here just to put, or the Mord ban I think might be better. Really just the Caitlyn
Caitlyn.
ban.
Okay.
Fair enough. GPR has been playing it, so.
Has been playing it very well.
Yeah.
One more for GPR before we go back to Gauntlet. See what we're gonna see.
We should see their AD carry here, I would imagine. Something like, I don't even know what they would pick. Like MF, I think probably. They're
Sivir.
picking Sivir. That's a champion in the game for sure.
You don't sound too enthused with their pick.
No, I love Sivir. Smile. I just think Sivir Soraka is a boring lane. Is all. They're just
And,
not gonna interact until like 40 minutes.
and then they're just gonna overwhelm you with shurikens, basically.
Yeah,
Um,
and Sivir will never die because of spell shield
that's
and
an
healing,
exciting pick.
and the Garen gets locked in again. Garen blind pick, very exciting. It did well into the Ornn last time, so I think they're trying to bait out the Ornn pick. But I'm curious to see if they have a better counter pick. I know Camille is famously good into Garen, but we'll see if
Oh
they can play
yeah,
it.
like a good Camille player, basically like Garen can never get a kill, right? Because she always has the ability to just bounce away off the wall, and
hmm
otherwise just pressures him really well with that true damage. And it looks like the other Crown Guard sibling is going to be locked in as well. That's the Lux.
Yeah, I mean Lux reliable, looks decent last game. I think one of the better performers on the team, even though they lost. So makes sense to lock it in again.
One more champion in play, and this is going
The
to be the top
Tom
lane.
Kench.
Oh my god. Okay. That is never a fun matchup. It is a doable matchup, but I would not want to put that matchup on the average Garen player.
For sure. I mean, kind of a wet noodle fight in the early game, but Tom Kench's damage ramps up, sorry, very, very quickly. So definitely a threatening top lane pick. Also able to use his R to eat the Kassadin or the Sivir as the game goes on. So very reliable as the hyper carries scale up into the late game.
Yeah, I will say one thing that they are struggling with over there on GPR is they don't have a ton of engage. They're kind of reliant on the Tom Kench or having the Sivir R up and just running you down.
For sure. I think they're going to be a little bit more of a pick comp. Just have Kassadin on the side lane and have Talia R over to him and try to just overwhelm somebody with numbers. But again, that's very hard to execute, even in a tournament setting when you're all in a call. But we'll see how they can do.
We'll see indeed. We'll go ahead and give ourselves a short break to recover, grab some snacks. Everybody get ready because this is the final game of the series, and no matter who wins, somebody's going home. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Summit Esports Premier League Quarterfinals. I'm your hostess, Glovely, joined again by Juan in Game 5 of Ganking Private Ryan versus the Gauntlet. It's been a nail-biter of a series, but we're going down to our fifth and final game. Someone is going home when this is all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, banger draft here. We have the Nunu coming out. We have the famous setup Vigar coming out. Never saw back on the Kassadin. Ryan's Talia coming out after it's been banned all series. A lot of signature picks being led through the draft, so very interesting.
And a lot of sort of counterplay being built into that draft on both sides here. I really like the things that you can do with the Vagar, but of course there is the danger of being able to blink through it or being able to spell shield your way through it.
Right, for sure. And I do want to ask, since Glovely, you are a Garen player, what do you think about the Ignite versus the Ghost that KipKat has here?
So when you play the Ignite, you're usually looking for a more aggressive matchup. By playing the Ghost, like, you do still have the ability to use it aggressively, but in this case, he's kind of signaling, I want to roam, I want to use this for escapes, I'm not looking to pick big fights with the Tahm Kench, which I think is a wise decision. You get stuck in a long fight with a Tahm Kench, you kind of just lose.
I see. So you're saying Garen should just ignore fights for the most part and then use that Ghost to try to run around on the map and get picks either in the jungle or around objectives.
Yeah, I think that's what I'd prefer to do, at the very least in this matchup. Not sure if KipKat will agree with me necessarily on that one, and of course, things can be very different in a team-based game rather than just solo queue, but we'll see how it all works out.
For sure. Actually, Vossler hitting some early Qs onto Boy Wife here.
Early shifts onto Never Saw as well. Rooted underneath the tower, but not really going to have any options to follow up. A little bit of chunking down.
I will say I do like the Conqueror from Never Saw on the Caston in here. I think obviously there's Sivir, but Caston is going to be one of the main carries in this comp, and going Conqueror is just the best way to assert yourself and to allow yourself to be in that carry position.
A lot of damage on the boss layer. Normally you would want to get damage onto the AD carry, but chipping down the Soraka is often a really good plan as well in this particular matchup because she has to use her health as a resource to heal.
Right, for sure. And when you're dodging these Qs, which they started doing, it's really hard for Soraka to sustain through the lane. She does not have a lot of base stats, not a lot of base HP, and is definitely susceptible to being poked down.
Great poke coming out from this composition. A little bit of healing back and forth, just trying to sustain in the lane. It is going to be probably a very long, very slow laning phase down in that bot lane. Meanwhile, a lot of poke coming out from setup in that middle lane.
Yeah, I think setup going the Comet build is quite interesting. I'm assuming that he just wants to spam his Q as much as possible and poke down this Caston early game, which I think makes a lot of sense because that's the only time where Vigar is really going to have an advantage, you know? There's no need to go first strike or electrocute because you're not going to one-shot cast them later. You just need to get as much focus possible now.
In the meantime, bottom side of the map, just kind of poking each other back and forth. There's the boomerang blade. Are starting to run out of some mana down there as Ryan makes his way down there. My hot pops up in the middle lane and is just going to back. Thankfully not on a ward.
Now Heiko and Boywife should know that Ryan's on the bot side here since Nunu did do the top scuttle. But they're recalling, they spot out Ryan. Could still be dangerous though if he flashes forward.
Oh, there's the knockback. First
And-
pledge. There's almost second. Boywife is able to flash away, but we'll go ahead and pass that over to their jungler.
That's the power of the silence from Soraka. It's just instantaneous. Heiko can't flash, can't barrier, can't do anything, and is immediately hit by the flip into the stun, into death. And that's what I was talking about. They're just getting a little sloppy. Now, it is hard in the 5-game series, but they should have known that Ryan was on the bot side. They didn't respect it and got punished for it. A really good gank by the Talia there.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and fight a little bit in that jungle. Nunu is going to be perfectly fine thanks to the healing from the Chomp. Of course, that Q usually the first thing to get maxed out as you are jungling. Oh, commits the Q a little early. He's probably going to get punished for it. Meanwhile, Ryan trying to come up to that mid lane. Looks like KitKat is going to be able to back out. Ryan does not find a target, but might be running into problems. No, my hot, that is rough. There's the lockdown. Does land the root. Stun area is up. KitKat's going to be one to pick that up. Never saw trying to retreat, taking a ton of damage. There's the ignite. Is going to survive.
Garen committing both sums for that kill, but it is a kill onto Ryan, so in the end,
About, right? You
not the worst, yeah.
You don't pick your solo kills into the Tomcat, and you still get the one on the back. The setup will pick up one onto Neversaw. Great play by the Vigar. But like I said, yeah, you use the opportunity that you have in your ability to shove and push to roam. You don't want to fight him. Use that ghost to get down to where the fight is happening before your opponent. Here comes MyHawk trying to do something on the back line. Does have the W. Good root, flashes away.
Hits the Q, the lick to heal up as well. Really well played from Brizzy to avoid that gank. Neversaw did pick up kill onto Boywife on the Lux in the mid lane there, so her death did end up being a 1-for-1. So the casting scaling is in effect.
So the boy grubs are now in effect as well. Root on the bottom lane. Most of it is blocked off, but here comes Talia. Ryan is looking for an opportunity. Flashes early, but there's still the knockup. Is able to barrier, no silence this time. Able to escape with their lives. Neversaw is on the backside, so this could be a dive. That's such a low health bar. Goodbye, Goodbye, Heiko. Neversaw
It
is
took 5 games, but we finally saw a dive.
Oh,
Fantastic
no,
roam from Neversaw. As she
Boy,
comes down and gets
what?
both kills.
Great call by her. If you can't win the lane, roam. If Garen can do it, so can Cassidy, who is probably a better roamer generally anyway.
For sure, and I mean, Neversaw still only down 5 CS after all of that, with the bounty, 3-1-0 at the 7-minute mark. That's a very, very scary Cassidy, and I'm sure Setup is a bit disappointed that his team died to that roam.
Well, a little bit. It looks like they are going to go ahead and grab onto that Baron. Or pardon, Dragon. No Baron yet, still not 20 minutes. But they're going to be spotted over the wall by Boywife. Gauntlet might have to give this up. Yard do have the position, but here's set up on the backside. Here's a huge stun. It's not able to catch anyone in it thanks to the spell shield. It's going to go over to the red team. We'll go ahead and trade back by picking up Jungler.
A really good flash by Bosno there to not die to the Vigar. Very, very close to getting stunned up by the cage and dying, but is able to flash away and live.
Fairly calm after that. There's going to be a slight boost. Slight boost in gold to... Actually, to neither side.
They're going to try to catch out.
Very hard to tell, but technically,
Oh,
GPR is in a very slight lead here, as you might see. Oh no, that's
the
so
Gauntlet
rough on the
catching
way
out
lane.
Soraka.
Myon's gonna be the one who gets the credit for that. Maybe I would have handed it to Boy Wife or Heiko if possible, but either way, you can't argue with results.
Yeah,
Proton
we should
is
see a
low,
redive
power.
onto Proton here, but
There's
Nunu
the
is
root,
doing the
another
frog.
root, and a slow, and the damage. Here he comes, just walking down the street, and goodbye. Absolute zero. Ryan is too late to do anything in this fight. Neversaw tries to come around the backside. My hot in danger. There's the channel. There's killing spree. Heiko forced to back away.
Cassidy picking up another kill.
This is starting to get scary as Neversaw picks up another elimination.
Yeah, Neversaw now up 200 gold on the Vygar in the mid lane. Not a huge advantage, but it'll get out of hand more as Cassidy gets further into the game, especially once we hit that level 11 break point. I believe that's when the matchup really starts to favor the Cassidy. And then both the AD carries are even in CS. Exactly even. Even the supports are even in CS, so bot lane seemingly
Yeah,
evenly matched.
Things are seemingly pretty evenly matched across all of the roles, actually. Pretty close in terms of CS. There is obviously a little bit of a lead in that middle lane because of the ability to roam and the early elimination for the Garen, thanks to that other early game roam. Ryan now engaging on to setup. There's the stun, flashes out of it. Here comes MyHot. Oh, that is the degenerate AP build. Look at that.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I didn't know we had Kesha
EU
EUS in this tournament. That's crazy. What a snowball from the Nunu there to just secure the kill.
I am so excited. We're going bowling, folks.
We're going bowling.
Yeah, get on your bowling shirts and pull out your rental shoes. Grab some overpriced snacks and let's go bowling. So
You ever seen the movie The Big Lebowski?
I
Whenever I think of bowling.
Oh
my no! Oh, the bowling
I
scenes in the
know,
movie are very
right?
good.
Looks like MyHot is gonna get caught out. Shield only helps so much. Justice comes out, but it's not enough. Does still have the ghost. The Q allows to get through. There's the heal from Soraka. Oh my god! Neversaw finally shut down. Kit Kat.
That is one angry Demacian.
Look, sometimes you just gotta decide that someone has to die, and then you throw every single resource into making sure they're gone. Speaking of running people down, Proton Plat player pops their ultimate. They do manage to pick up a support, but it's traded back for the AD carry. Heiko and Kit Kat gets an execute on the backside. They're gonna give up the Void Grubs over this, but I think that's perfectly worthwhile.
For sure. Now, Nunu did get 4 of the grubs, so they still will be spawning 1 Void Might every time they hit a tower. Ryan's just getting the last 2 that were left there, as Heiko is looking to seemingly die Voxer 1v1, but he doesn't see Neversaw coming. And Heiko should be dead here. Has Flash, has Barrier, but I don't know if he'll commit it.
Ooh! Oh, my life flashed before my eyes, and I wasn't even on the rift. All turns around. Neversaw is not able to get the kill. Heiko just barely lives. There's the root. There's MyHot. Gets the follow-up root and the knockup, but they don't have enough damage. They did not have a build-up on that snowball. Are forced to retreat.
And Heiko, just like a complete Giga Chad, doesn't flash, doesn't use the barrier, and lives at 1 HP. Just knew the limits of his champion well, and knew that he wouldn't die, and didn't. Really well played overall.
That was terrifying to me. Neversaw she's gonna go ahead and teleport herself back into that mid lane to start picking things up. So, grabbed off the back. You can see the Cassidy really starting to scale. Picked up the Rod of Ages. It's gonna be much, much scarier. Ryan takes a huge chunk of damage, but will survive. Nunu misses the snowball on the back line. There is still a dragon to be taken here, and Nunu is great at securing those objectives. There goes the ultimate through the middle of the fight. Leah comes rolling over the wall. There's the absolute zero. Silenced, stunned. They'll go ahead and trade away their jungler. They did get the dragon.
What a crazy course of events. Very nice of Nunu to pick up the dragon there, but unfortunately we do not win those. When Nunu had to pop the absolute zero, still dying to basically everyone else on the side of GPR there.
I mean, at that point, you're caught up against the wall. You're surrounded 3-1. You may as well pop it to buy your team a little bit more time to escape.
Yeah, you know, I mean, do some damage, chip them down, don't die for free. It's not like Nunu ult is a very long cooldown anyway, so you gotta respect it, going out in style. Going out with a bang, quite literally in this case.
Head and back up a bit here.
Places the Tom Kench TV back top, which means he won't have it for the next, I believe, 4 minutes.
Looks like we do maybe have an engagement going on up in the top side of the map. A little trade back and forth. There goes the ultimate from the Soraka, but that's not for you.
A beautiful sidestep on the super death or mega death rocket there. Heiko gets
the
flicked.
Knock up, Heiko. Oh, life is difficult for an AD carry when there's so much focus on that bottom side of the map. There's the attempted knock-up. Is able to escape. Good sidestep with you. Garen will stay alive, and here comes MyHot with the snowball. Tries to engage. There's the silence. There's the knockup. Such a low health bar. There's the Demot, the Injustice. Killing spree on the Garen, and I am in a fantastic mood today.
For sure. I mean, a really good bait from KitKat there. Knowing that he would live the top Kench ult and just waiting for MyHot Daddy on Nunu to roll up. Just a really solid play as Ryan looking to come critical back, but so he's just going to take the wave and walk away.
Does not really have the tools to be able to engage on and take out the Garen in a safe way, so sometimes better just to clear things out. Looks like the Garen is going to go ahead and step back into lane just for a moment to clear that out again. With that Stride Breaker, we'll be able to clear those waves out very quickly. And again, it's all for the roam.
Yep, as we see, Nunu's also going to get the Rift Herald on the tail end of that play, so transitioning a top lane kill into an objective. Always good to see that.
Like
as Ryan invading into the Jinx here. Heiko doesn't know she's there.
Oh no, it's getting exploded.
Burns barrier, but using both thumbs and still falls. Vossloop trying his best to run away, but
it's a rare route from the Soraka, but not able to follow up on it. There goes the ultimate just to get Ryan out to safety. Oh, but never saw. Winks over the wall. They did manage to get the root with no follow-up on it. Drops the stun. Gets a chip onto Ryan. All trying to set up, but over what? There's no objectives to fight over here.
And then that whole time, Tom Kench was pushing waves and is now just smacking the turret free and topside. So, making a nice use of the skirmish his team was taking as he W's away from the tower there just to reset and grab another wave.
Yeah, good damage, good push. They're gonna go ahead and send the Jinx up there to do some farming in the side lane, so Heiko gonna be glad to have a little extra farm in his
I do think
pocket.
Heiko needs to be a little bit careful here because I think a Tom Kench that's three levels up can dive the Jinx now. Grizzly apparently does not believe the same and is just gonna walk away, but I think that was a potentially very, very dangerous situation for an AD carry to be in.
Maybe keeping an eye out. He did know that the rest of the map was pretty dark. Not a lot of vision on the top side of the map.
Definitely. Just playing it safe. I mean, you have a cast in the Sivir as we've talked about, so no need to make an overly risky play.
Harold's going to go ahead and get dropped in the mid lane. Nunu will jump into it to crash it. There we go. Get some damage on that turret. They should be able to grab it as well. There's a great route. KitKat, pardon, KitKat trying to do something in that bottom side of the map. Two turrets are going to go down. There's a great knock-up. Launches up. Boy, that's the luck out. Here comes Garen into the back line. Explodes some health bars. Actually doesn't get any kills off of that thanks to a well-timed wish. but it is going to get shut down by the Caston, and now Heiko's in a rough place, gets exploded. The damage on Brizzy is not fair. Snowball comes through, does not find the intended target, runs into Proton Flat Player, and now it's just the Nunu running for his life, but never saw us here. She's gonna try and cut him off. Oh my goodness, might actually be able to do it. Interrupts the channel with the Q. That's the thing that you can do. Tries to go into the turret and is successful. Never saw picks up the kill. And gets
Neversaw.
a dragon.
Yeah, a really good play overall. Neversaw did have to R flash onto the Nunu there, but I think committing your flash for a kill is not too bad at this point in the game.
Well, plus
A
on
bit
the
unfortunate.
counter, is your team's doing the objective.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a great fight overall. Brizzy played it really well, just so much disruption, so much damage in that fight. It's just awesome that she was there to fight with her team. Being a 5-man fight like that was good. I think she could have used the ult to possibly save the Soraka from the Garen ult, but other than that, I think it was a fantastic play.
The Garen ult actually got canceled out during the fight by the Soraka ult, so like Garen did not pick up a kill during that fight. We do keep an eye out closely here. We're watching them all sort of group up around that mid lane. Garen's shoving up the bot, so we're gonna go ahead and send Veigar up to top, set up, grab that farm. Maybe they realize how dangerous the Tahm Kench is at this point.
We'll see if they start to respect it, but Brizzy's gonna back off, hopefully purchasing a Sunfire here. Or they pick up another control one, and yep, that's the Sunfire. That's a 2-item Tahm Kench. That is a very scary captive.
And they are going to have some opportunities. It looks like KibCat has picked up the necessary components for the Black Cleaver almost certainly. You kind of have to pick up in this matchup, or you just don't do any damage. Your team doesn't do any damage to that darn Tahm Kench.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Black Cleaver is a very strong item. It also helps enable your Jinx to do more damage in team fights. So it's a supportive item. So hopefully, especially with the Ghost, we're seeing KibCat at these team fights to play around that.
Here's a snowball. No targets for it. That's a little sad. Neversaw knows there's a target over the wall, but is not engaging. Oh. Actually, yeah, she's just sticking around, waiting.
I don't believe they know she's there. Setup could be in trouble here.
Does not want to commit to the fight. We see 3 members in the area by that Baron.
Everyone's kind of covering up and hovering. Neversaw, but they don't go for a dive. They don't grab any wards. They all kind of just recall. Ryan has to go out and cover the mid wave, but all in all, not the worst. I think they could have made a bit of a more proactive play, but we'll take it as setup gets heavy traded into again.
Here comes the snowball. Does have the ultimate available, but is gonna get caught. Not gonna commit. Oh, Heiko. Just a good amount of chips, but will survive.
It's safer to burn her ult at least, so they won't have that for the next team fight.
At least. Meanwhile, KibCat down in the bottom side of the map finds himself in a 2 versus 2. Decides that discretion is the better part of valor and backs off.
Makes sense. I mean, giving the turret there, you really don't want to die. Especially on Garen, it's just so avoidable when you can just heal away and heal up with your essentially Warmog's passive.
Not quite on that level until you have a Spirit Visage, but oh boy, that Spirit Visage, maybe not going to be seen in this game. Just, well, I mean, could be. To the main character, AP base. We're talking about that lane matchup, and it looks like the dynamic has in fact reversed. The setup is struggling to do anything up against this Kassadin.
Yeah, we also see Saver has completed her Bloodthirster now, which means it's going to be basically impossible to push her out of lane. Any poke that Jinx might have with the rockets or with the W's, Saver's just going to heal back while she shoves the lane out. And that's on top of Soraka healing as well, so it's going to be very, very hard to cut down through the Saver's health bar.
Yeah, I only see one item on the opposing team for cutting through health bars, and that is that Executioner's Calling. It is on the Jinx, so maybe there will be some options, but even then, all of that healing is hard to deal with.
For sure, I think their best bet is just to hit a big Nunu ult would be really, really good, and just nuke everyone's HP bar. But getting the setup to do that takes quite a bit of effort.
Okay, and on top of that, looks like the Nunu has decided on an Abyssal Mask for item 2 and is building more of a tank build. Setup flashes over the wall to evade the attack. Weaver's Wall not going to lock him in.
To be
They'll
fair,
call it
with the MR shred that the Abyssal Mask provides, it does act as a pen item, but it looks like Nunu's going Dead Man's Plate next, so
Yeah.
unfortunately it'll be a tank build to round that out.
A little bit more on the bruisery side with that 1 damage item, I guess. Looks like
Yeah.
they are going to go ahead and collapse. Brissy is caught out, but that's maybe not the target that you're worried about catching. Teleport coming in from Neversaw. You have to keep in mind there is not a Garen on this side of the map.
Boy life caught out, but this is a level 16 Kassadin. What can you do?
Oh, Heiko in a dangerous spot. Does get the W down, but does not have the damage to follow up. But has pulled the Kassadin away from the fight. That might be the answer. Dragon is going to go over. Unfortunately, not able to get their jungler next to it.
KibKat not at the dragon fight, but is pushing out this top lane. Now KibKat will have to be at the next dragon fight in about 5 minutes, because that will be their soul. It's an Ocean Soul, and I don't think Kassadin will ever die to give it Ocean Soul.
Oh, buddy. You're just dead. You're just dead here. No? Okay. I guess Neversaw has decided she wants to let you live.
Yeah, Garen commits Flash and Ghost and runs away. Honestly, dying might be better there, since there's not really an objective that they're going to take. I don't believe they would take Baron if Garen died. And now Garen doesn't have Flash to flash onto a priority target in a fight.
It is going to be rough given just the sheer amount of mobility options on the other side.
Definitely. Very hard to catch up to a Sivir, hard to catch up to a Talia. She just, walks backwards and throws rocks at you. The Soraka silence, it's rough to be a Garen in this game.
That is doing still a pretty good job. I don't think either of these teams are necessarily slacking on anything. Maybe a little bit of trouble in that bottom side. There we go. There's the snowball. You gotta remember that does not pass through walls. Heiko now getting jumped on. Little bit of protection from the Nunu, but not a ton. Boywife is going to get eliminated on the backside. Now they catch out the Nunu. My Hot is definitely going down. That's probably going to be the Baron. Absolute Zero comes through, survives a little longer. He might survive. No, is going to get eliminated. Setup gets caught out as well. Drops the stun, not able to find a target, and that's going to be the Baron.
Neversaw also picked up a solo kill onto Garen while that play was happening, so taking up a tower now off the back end of that. And this Kassadin is just unkillable, it seems. If Garen can't master, I don't know who can.
I think you try to match her. I think at this point you just have to say, okay, whatever Kassadin's doing, we just have to hit the rest of their team really hard elsewhere, where Kassadin is not.
I completely agree. At this point, this is where you group up in a bush, you do a Fnatic bush, you do some Death Ball. You have to just try to fight as a team and find that miracle team fight, Because if you just run in and fight as you have been, if you play like Standard League, you're probably just going to lose. So hopefully we can see the Gauntlet realize that and look for a fight altogether.
They are starting to bunch up around that mid lane. Garen's still in the side lane, but he will be able to join this fight, assuming that My Hot lives long enough to be involved. There's the grab. Does force My Hot away. Decides not to engage in the fight. That's already a lost battle.
Yeah, the Nunu is dead again. Unfortunately, just got caught out. And that was that really. Boywife also getting caught out here in the jungle. And they're all just walking up by themselves into dying. A bit unfortunate to see them not group like this, as Heiko is doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, look at this picture composition is doing exactly what it is designed to do. Find a single target and blow them up.
For sure. This whole time, I mean, this is without Neversaw. Your Castle carry has been split between the whole time. It's a very, very scary comp that Ganking Private Ryan has drafted for this final Game 5.
Alright, we've only seen one snowball that hit that really did anything. Just a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, as the game has gone on, it's been really hard to play that Nunu. I mean, Caston has a silence on or an interrupt on Q. Sirach has a silence. It's a rough game to be a Nunu. Spell shield on Sivir. And that's the dangers of drafting Nunu B1. You let the enemy team pick comps like this.
Jumps away, does get rooted, but there's no follow-up. That's the strength of the Kassadin, especially at this stage of the game. 7, 2, and 3 on Neversaw. She jumps over the wall, finds my hot. That is a priority target given that the dragon's about to spawn. Rampage. And now what do you do? Nothing. That's just going to be another dragon over to the other side.
That's +4 Magi stacks on the Cassadin as well. Cassadin also has an Abyssal Mask, so magic damage is basically nothing to her, on top of having MR threat to anybody she's nearby. It's just... This Cassadin is Thanos. And unfortunately, it seems that he has taken the Gauntlet. She has taken the Gauntlet. Apologies.
There goes the engagement onto Heiko. Not gonna be able to escape. Look at that health bar getting deleted. Boy Wife almost falls as well. Even through the shield, we pick up an inhib. Neversaw gonna continue jumping forward, avoids the stun.
So much healing with the Sirach and the Ocean Soul here.
And here comes the
Neversaw.
You don't see anyone on the team, again, aside from the Jinx, there just isn't any ability to apply Grievous Wounds to deny some of that healing, and so these fights just keep going and going and going forever.
Yeah, unfortunately I think the casting is just kind of joyriding at this point.
Here.
Eats the Nunu out of the ults.
Here comes
Once again, the Nunu just gets interrupted and ult can't pick up as Sivir gets sniped by the Lux Ball, the final spark.
Yeah,
But these supers are coming in now. And we should see the game end here. I mean, it's still a 3 versus 4, but you can see what they want to do.
3 versus 3, I mean, you get a little chip onto that Kassadin and maybe you drop some justice on him. Looks like they are just going to go ahead and retreat. No need to ruin what's already a good position for them.
Definitely. They have supers coming in both the mid and the bot lane. They can push together as 5 top lane if they want. You have Baron spawning in a minute if you really want to play it safe. At this point, it's up to Ganking Private Ryan to just keep it together for the next 60 seconds.
GPR needs to find some opportunities if they're going to move this game state forward. They are currently in the driver's seat. They're going to need to decide where they want to go. We do see the Baron is going to be popping up soon. Neversaw going in 1 versus 4. Never mind, there is the Weaver's Wall over the edge. My Hot catches 2 on the backside, but Neversaw just explodes the following health bars. Dominating now, 10, 2, and 5 on this Kassadin, going for a Heiko as well. Oh my god. Is caught out by the silence. Darren over the wall. Is not able to ult through all of that. Needs a little bit more health. Godlike. This is an 11, 2, and 5 Kassadin. This is terrifying. Oh my god. Remind me again what season this is, because Kassadin feels like a 99% win rate. Heiko gets the shutdown, but it's just 1 against 4. That's a fair trade. KitKat leads the game because this game is over.
Ganking Private Ryan take it. It goes to 5 and they win in a dominant fashion. I mean, honestly, they just look like the better team that game.
mean, honestly, like finding all of the picks that they needed. They played like an organized group. They were paying attention to where they needed to go and where they needed to be. Just an overall solid textbook game. They're going to be rewarded with that for a trip to the semifinals. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here. This has been Glovely and Juan. Happy to join you today. And this has been the Summit Esports Premier League quarterfinals. We'll catch you again next time.
Alrighty.
All clear? Woo!
I mean, they just completely draft gapped though. Like that was not a playable draft on PG's side.
Not
That was a
bad.
really terrible draft. I don't even know what their comp is supposed to do besides Jinx just like 1v9, but then she has nobody supporting her to actually 1v9. Like, I don't know. What can you do?